Good morning.
That's a recording. What the hell?
Good morning. Let's see who's jumped on here. We got a couple people. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Good. All right. So Diana, what'd you think about the summit?
It was great. I really enjoyed it. Got a lot of good information. Really a lot of inspiration too. There's a lot of speakers that were really moving.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so I think they're doing that with you, and they, if they have that opportunity to, relay,
Mhm.
that to their people.
Yeah.
It makes sense that they're super successful.
Yeah.
Good.
Absolutely.
What was your biggest takeaway?
I really liked the message that the last guy talked about being authentic and, you know, connecting with people on the level where it's not just about, you know, the money or the deal, you know, it's
Mhm.
about those connections that you have with people that are going to get you, you know, I think it's going to take you further if you can be authentic and people can relate to you.
Mhm. You know, and I think that was my takeaway too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I think there's so much information that we learn or that we want to apply to our businesses and the things that we want to do. And
Mhm.
that if you just, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't know what's happening here at the bottom of the screen. Is it
It's, yeah,
translating everything we're talking about?
yes.
That's creepy.
Well, I saw it before I, you know, unmuted and all that. So I wasn't sure if you were doing that on purpose.
No, I'm not trying to. And I don't know how to make it stop either. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and I have a laser pointer. Okay. All right. And
Nice.
tell me, when you see my screen, tell me what else you see. Do you just see the Ignite image or what?
I see the first page, like the session 5, generate your leads.
Mm-hmm.
I see that. And then I see, well, I have little thumbnails of everybody.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Okay, well, good. Well, we're gonna give everybody a couple more minutes. I really got like 1 minute left, but well, oh, and I see, yeah, we got Tracy on there. Tracy, are you doing Battle of the PCGs?
No,
Okay. Do you know if they've opened that up yet?
I can check on Zoom, see if
Well,
it's
I've
there.
got Zoom open, but I don't think they've opened it up. I've got it next door. Okay. All right, well, I'll check. And Kelly Dolph, if you're out there listening, I just wanted to run a test with you, but I figured it out so you can jump off if you so choose. Thank you for jumping on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna go see if Battle of the PCGs is running at the same time, so give me a second. Okay, let me call him and see.
Oh,
All right. Let me, I'm calling another person. All right. Hey, Tracy, are you still on there? Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear
I
me?
am. Yeah, Tracy, I can hear you, but I got Stacy on the line, so I'm getting it worked out. Hey,
Okay.
yeah, I'm using the Zoom link, right? So I didn't know if you guys were using Margaret's for Battle. Yep. And I've got my people are sitting here and they're linked up to that, but nothing's open yet for the Zoom. So I just wanted to check. Okay. Okay, good. Well, then I'm going to start Ignite. So we're ready to roll. So I'll talk to you guys later. All right. Bye. Okay. All right. So we've got multiple things going on this morning. I want to welcome everybody for jumping on and thank you for your time this morning. I'm super excited to discuss one of my favorite topics, which is lead generation. So, but before we get started, anybody have anything exciting they need to share or want to talk about real quick before we get going? Nope. Okay. And so I'm going to give people a couple more minutes. So I'm going to do attendance too. So I got Mark. Good. And I got Diana. And I've got oh, what happened to it? Diane. Sheriff, yes. Great. I got a couple people in-house today. I got Sandy and I got some other people. Jackie, great. Good to see all you guys at the summit last week. I hope you had as good a time as I did.
Yeah, it was great.
Good. Marion, what was your biggest takeaway?
I didn't go to the summit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Jackie. I said
Oh.
Marion and I meant
Oh.
Jackie in my mind.
Just really liked how I really enjoyed all of it, but mainly the last speaker of just being, a good person to people. And if you do it for the right thing, things will come.
Yeah. And I mean, have you seen that be true in your life before,
Yeah.
where you hear people's story of the things that they're on fire for, the things that they support, and you want to help support them?
Right.
I don't want people to be confused and think that sales is just hardcore straight up business. It's, we all have a big why of why we're doing things. And yes, money is surrounding that. Like, I need money to support my goals and dreams, just like everybody else. And that's, part of that money supports my why, right?
Right.
And hopefully I do a good job. I don't have to explain to people what my why is. Because a big part of my why too is I want to help people, which is why I love coaching.
Mhm.
I do get paid to coach, but I only get paid just like a realtor. When you guys close, I get to close. And so I'm heavily invested in the people I work with because I want to help their dreams come true. And when their dreams come true, they make money, right? And it's still the same for the people we work with, is that, when we go on an appointment is talking to somebody about their dreams, whether they're, buying or selling. When we get into agreement with them, we've locked up a partnership with them. So when your coaches are asking about how many appointments you went on and how many agreements, it's not just to get that number. I mean, that is, part of a business, but it's because, are you building the relationships with people so that they can have those dreams come true? The only way that you can get paid and have a successful real estate business is when you're helping other people. So we always have to keep that at the forefront. And this Rocky Mountain Summit that we went to last Thursday, Friday was pretty phenomenal. So I'm glad. It was great to see you, Jackie and Mark and Diana. So, okay. All right. So we're going to be interactive today. Lots of questions about how things are going. So good to see you, Chris, Taylor, Elizabeth, Robert, Kelly's still on here, Taylor, Marion, and Robert. And so good to have everybody on. And let me shut the door so I don't have to listen to Battle of the PCGs going on.
If that's your finger in Texas, back your Glock right here.
Oh, you're supposed to be in here.
Line to be
My coaching people,
fastest trigger finger in Texas.
was that interesting? Okay. All right. So if you're in my coaching program, actually, if you're in any of our coaching programs today, you should either be in Ignite if you're brand new, or you should be at Battle of the PCGs. You can't be at both. And so if you're brand new, though, you should be in Ignite. That's the real the better fit for you. And we're going to do a lot of what they're doing anyways today, because our Ignite program integrates lead generation. And that's what Battle of the PCGs is. It's a lead generation 3-hour block. Battle of the PCGs is Battle of the Productivity Coaching Groups between Tracy out of Castle Rock. She's on here today. Margaret out of Arvada, and the Foothills group, my group. And so we battle it out to see which office can set the most appointments in a 3-hour time block. Isn't that fun? Yeah. I love games. And so making our job kind of a game is just another fun thing to do. Because it's fun. So let's get started then. Hey, and just a couple of reminders. I hope you got a drink. I hope you got a snack. If you need to go to the bathroom, go take a break, right? Hope you come back. We are going to do about 2 hours of training and discussion, script practice. And then we're going to do an hour and a half of calls and 30 minutes kind of wrap up, like answering any questions, see if anybody set any appointments. Because the appointments that we set today apply to our Battle of the PCGs. So I'm hoping I get some more of my people. I know I got Marion on here. I've got Sandy here in the office with me. So we're going to get started. And we're starting with a discussion you guys have probably already had about lead generation. And how we generate leads, where these leads come from, how we grow our database. Good. So we're going to talk about being the real estate expert, lead generation, lead follow-up, and how it applies to your transaction. And so we've got to find the people to work with. These people are known as leads, and they fuel our business growth in the present and in the future. Leads are responsible for our growth potential and protect you against market shifts. And let me just tell you something, it's really interesting. Is anything really constant? No.
Mm.
Can you think of any job you ever had that was exactly the same the whole time? Like you did the exact same thing every day you went to work? No. Our services change, our clients change, our duties and responsibilities change. Even if you worked at Dairy Queen, I love to use that as one of my examples. Do you ever have a fast food job? You had new marketing, new coworkers, new bosses. You never had the same customers. I mean, you probably had repeat customers, but you had new products. You know, you changed from one Blizzard flavored from the winter and one Blizzard flavor to the summer. And now there's like 7, new flavors. So things, they're always shifting. They always have been. So I was thinking it's kind of funny that we're, talking about this shift this year in our business, which it really did change if you were licensed and working in the spring. Is anybody out there, raise your voice if you'd been working in the spring of 2022? Nobody. Okay. So you don't know what you don't know. So that's okay. So right now, this is the market you understand and you're going to learn about. Who can describe what's going in the market right now?
Super high interest rates.
Okay. Yeah. What else?
I'm trying to remember where I heard it, but I just feel like we're returning to something that's an actual real market rather than the insanity that was a market over the pandemic. You're having houses stay on the MLS longer.
Mm-hmm.
You're having more selection for buyers and more time for sellers. And it's, again, something that's a little more normal to a real estate market other than what the last couple of years is.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Any other ideas about what's going on in the market right now? What if I told you in the 1980s the interest rate was around 18%? Do you think we have a high interest rate right now?
Yeah.
No, perspective is everything. And I'll tell you, I was a kid in the 1980s, so I have no idea what that even looked like. Oh, there goes Becky. Will you grab her? Yep, she went into the wrong room. And so, you know, are there still properties out there for people to purchase? Yes. Are there too many? Is our market inundated? No, I think here in the Denver metro area, we still have a lack of inventory, actually. So, oh, hi, good morning. So our clients, our customers, our database only knows what we tell them. Are they listening to chatter from Fox News or CNN or whatever else is out there? Are they listening to their neighbor and their grandma?
Mhm.
Yeah. Is their grandma a real estate expert?
No.
Are you? I mean, and you're like, I'm not yet. Okay, you're not yet, but you're going to be. And I bet you are resourceful and you can figure out the answers for the things that you do not know. So if you're the voice of reason, if you're the voice that people should listen to, tell them the narrative that you want them to understand. Is it still a good time to sell your home? Yes. Is it still a great time to buy a house? I hope you all said absolutely. Your client right now is not going to pay $100,000 over list price. They are going to get a fair shot at their inspections. Make sure when you're talking to people, you're not giving them the scare story either, right? You're giving them the facts, and the facts are not, I mean, they're facts. This is the reality of the market. It is not what happened in the spring, but it's still a good time to sell. Because do most people want to sell their property because of what's going on in their life, or simply because of how much money they can make to sell it?
Both.
If I'm choosing the right time to buy or sell, I think I'm choosing a time to move based on what's right for my life right then. If I'm growing my family, I don't know if economically it's the best time for me to make a move, but if I need a bigger house, I need a bigger house. If I'm getting a divorce, I don't know if it's the right time economically for me to sell, but I've got to, because that's the change in my life, right? I think most people buy and sell real estate based on what's going on in their life and not what's, hey, well, I guess this is the time that my house hit $1 million. It's time for me to sell, right? So think about why are people making that move? And that's going to feed into the conversations that you have as we do our daily lead generation, is we're listening for life changes and what's going on with them. That's why we ask, how are you? What's happening? What's going on in your life, right? And so when we do that, that makes more sense rather than, hey, is the equity where you wanted it in your house for it's the right time for you to sell? We hardly have that conversation. So keep thinking, if we're totally people-based, we're totally relationship-based, we're going to be asking the right questions about people's lives. That's going to create a discussion around whether it's time to make a move or not. All right, so let's shift and talk more a little bit about generating your leads and what that looks like. This is what we're going to go over today. You are the lead generator, the lead generation model. We have a couple different models in the MREA. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that. I like to go from the budget model. That's one of my favorite, but I do have to understand the lead generation model as well. They kind of all apply. We're going to talk about your sphere of influence, expanding your sphere of influence, lead generating's best practices, We're going to get some ahas and things that you are actually going to take and implement into your business this week. And then, of course, we're going to wrap it up with a success system, which is our last 2 hours of who are we calling, what are we calling about, making the calls, and then wrapping it up. Okay. So let's start with first you. Let's talk about you, baby. So hopefully this is not where you're at. Hopefully your fear of failure is not greater than your fear of lead generating, right? Well, actually, no, that is true. His fear of failure is greater than his fear of lead generating. I didn't read it right the first time, right? And so I was thinking about this earlier today. When we worry, we usually worry about things going bad. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
We worry about something that hasn't even happened. And we could spend a lot of time worrying about the bad things that could happen. Why wouldn't we instead focus on planning for the good things that could happen in the future? You get a choice about what you get to think about. True? You get a choice. So why wouldn't you choose? Can I have you mute your this too? Or silent? Perfect. Okay. So if we get to choose what we think about, and we do, why wouldn't we start planning for our future, planning for success, right? So what you focus on expands. I mean, that is totally one of my most favorite quotes, because it applies to everything, not just my job, but my relationships, my family, everything else that I've got going on in my life. And so I love Gary Keller and all of his little quotes. So remember, didn't we talk about the 6 core competencies before? Getting a couple head nods. Yeah, right? So think this is basically what we do. This is what we want to do every day. Don't you wish every day you were presenting agreements? Don't you wish every day you were writing contracts? Right. So you have to give yourself that opportunity to do it, and you certainly can. Right. And so they want us to talk about a few fears and myths, right? And I think it's so true. When you're afraid of something, well, let's address it. Let's address it right now, right today, so that we can move on and create a plan around it or through it, right? So if these are some of the fears and myths that you have about real estate and specifically about lead gen, we need to address this today. So instead of having these thoughts, this self-fulfilling prophecy, these ideas in our head, could we change it to this? You know, I was really confusing effort with enjoyment, and lead generation is actually easy. It's just not, and just not fun. I think that's a lie too. My lead generation is going to parties. I'm going to play mahjong tonight. I'm going to do an open house. I go to big, if you went to the big chili cook-off that we had up here in Evergreen, and you're talking to people about their lives and about real estate and about anything, right? I think it can be a lot of fun. I mean, yeah, you're pretty lame if you're thinking that this lead generation thing is just going to be you calling people. And guess what? People are not going to want to talk to you if you're not fun. I'm not saying like, put on a show, but maybe you should put on a show. I don't know. Like you gotta show up to be your best self. And people totally see that in you, right? So I want you right now, I want everybody to think about what's something that people tell you that they like about you. They like your smile. They think you have a funny laugh. They think you're funny. They always think you're really sympathetic. Is this helping come up with some ideas? Is there a general theme that people usually tell you? Can somebody share? Don't worry, it's not bragging if I'm asking you.
Energetic. That's what I get. Something.
Okay. Good. Caring. Okay. Right. Anything else?
People say that I am just really kind and put others first most of the time.
Okay, good. So they see that in you,
Mhm.
right? And so that's other people saying they already recognize this in you. They think that you're caring. They think that you're energetic. They think that you serve others. Is that a good quality you want people to see in you as a real estate agent?
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Well, then keep bringing it, right? Bring everything that you already have that is good. And you already have a skill set that you're bringing to real estate. So bring your skill set, whether it's organizational tool, whether it's you're really techie, this is very simple for you to cruise through, right? This is going to be eliminate time because you're able to move through things so quickly. And so you're bringing that skill set forward, but you're also bringing some personality things that resonate with other people, so much so that they tell you about it, that they see that in you. And so you want to use that as a strength going forward. And so if that is your strength, how can you use that going forward in your lead generation when you're talking to people, right? Some people are going to say, I don't have time to lead generate. And I know I got a couple of you on here that you have dual careers. So I know that's an issue. And so it for me, it always comes back to time blocking. You got to use a calendar and you have to do what your calendar says. So if the only one thing that you did, you only had one rule for yourself, was that my one rule is I follow my calendar. And so whatever you put in there, you have to do, right? So when you're going to your other job, you go to your other job. When you've time blocked in an hour and a half of training and education for yourself, you do it. When you're loading people into your command database, you do it. When you have to do lead gen and make 10 calls, you do it, right? Just do it is a huge trademarked slogan for which company?
Nike. Nike.
Betcha, right? Right. You think they spent a little money on developing that idea and the power behind it? Yeah, I mean, it's simple. I got to tell you, a lot of times we like to complicate things and give ourselves excuses to get out of things. Well, don't, it's pretty simple. Follow your schedule and you could probably pretty much do anything you wanted to do. If you wanted to learn how to play guitar by next year and you had on your calendar that you're going to practice for an hour, 5 days a week, I mean, I don't know how you couldn't be successful next year. So if you followed your time block in real estate and you actually called people and you went out to parties and you talked to people and you went to charity events and your kids' sports events and door knocked your neighbors and had parties, I just don't know how you can't be successful. Truly. I mean, it's like you'd have to be like one of those DRF students that actually totally tries to screw it up, Okay, so the next other big thing is I don't know what to say. I'm going to give you 3 killer tips right now on what to say. Always. 1 is you always can do a care call. How are you? What have you been up to? I haven't talked to you forever and I've just been thinking about you. You've been on my mind. That's a care call. That is the easiest of all. Number 2 is invite people to something, a party, an event, even an event in your community. Like say, hey, I'm going to go to this. I'd love to see you there. This is so fun. I know you love to drink. I've seen you on Facebook and I think you'd really enjoy this, right? So invite people to something. And 3 is collect data. And really, you're not even going to collect data. Share data that you get from your title rep about market stats or from the Colorado Association of Realtors or from your association, whether you belong to Smedra. Up here in the mountains, we belong to Mamar. So they send out stats and information. So you don't even have to really collect it. You have to just get spammed by them. I call my local title rep that I love, and I'm like, hey, can you just shoot me stats for pine, Bailey, conifer, and evergreen? And she does. And all I have to do is read it, and I could make calls around it. I can make social posts around it. I could create emails around it. This is not rocket science, you guys, right? The biggest thing for us as real estate agents is developing relationships. And that's what we're talking about today, is lead generation. How do I get people to trust me? And it starts with me. I really gotta feel like I'm actually giving back. I'm giving information. I'm providing support. I'm providing an electrician's phone number. They're not going to move. They just bought a year ago. They're not going to use me. It's okay. So those are 3 things you always, always, always can talk about. Always. Okay. I'm afraid of making mistakes. Let me tell you, if you make 10 calls a day for every day you work, right? So say you work Tuesday through Saturday, and you make 10 contacts every day. We'll say contacts. So that's either a phone call or a face-to-face. You're probably going to suck up a couple of those. And you're going to just be like, that was just terrible. You're going to go back to high school and you're going to feel like that was awkward and inadequate. And that's okay. But if you're really making 10 contacts a day, 5 days a week, think of how fabulous you're going to be next year. If you start today and you start screwing up all these conversations right away, and then you get through it and you get better and better, I don't know how you're going to make, and I don't really know how you can make a mistake. I mean, what's going to happen? You're at an open house and somebody's just like, she was weird. Well, they might not have worked with you in the first place, right? I mean, not everybody likes me. It shocks me, and I hate that, and I wish everybody liked me. I have a hang up of like, I want everybody to like me, but that's unrealistic. And I'm not a good match. And, I have met a couple people, I'm like, I really don't know if I want to work with them. They seem too grumpy, or I just don't like them. I don't know. And so this in life, right? You're not friends with everyone. Is there anybody on here that is friends with everyone? Mark smiled, so maybe. Okay. Yeah, what does your spouse tell you? No, you're not. So, let's not revert back to high school, or mine's really middle school. Let's be honest, middle school. You just got to let that go. Aren't we old enough to not care what other people think about us? Yeah, we are. We are way too old for that stuff. Okay, so this is you. You wear a skirt, you're in the middle. This is your sphere, right? Lead generation is the #1 key to being successful in real estate. It really is. It doesn't matter how great you are at selling houses. If no one knows you're in the business of selling houses, they're not going to feel connected to you. They're not going to know. And so I've got great news though for you. You already have 2 key components to lead generation. It's called your sphere of influence and a database. They really should be one and the same. Who's heard of sphere of influence? Becky, just tell us. I think they can hear you. So what do you think a sphere of influence is?
I have. It's the people that you know, basically, right?
Yes, and Becky just said that too here. So yes, completely true. Right? It's just the people you know. And so this is the group of people. They should kind of like you. They've given you their phone number. You're friends with them on Facebook, right? They're following you on Instagram already. I mean, they must think you're kind of a decent person. Even if they barely know you, it's okay. As a new agent, do not clean out your database. add everyone. Add everyone. They're going to naturally select out if they want, and let them, right? Everybody knows how to unsubscribe, so don't worry about it. So how do you access your group? How do you access your sphere of influence? I kind of just told you.
The phone,
Yep. The phone.
your social media accounts.
Yep. Yep. And if you don't have those already, don't worry about it. If you don't have any social media, I'd love for you to take it one step at a time. And I'd love for you to add one social media platform. And I'm going to tell you why, even if you're like really against it, I'm going to tell you why, because that is free, and free is good, and it's free marketing, and it allows you to get in front of a lot of people, and you need layered touches. You could just call everybody like the olden days, right? You could, but all your competitors are also going to be accessing some kind of social media platform. It's free. Again, it's free. And print marketing is pretty expensive. I do that as well. But I really try to utilize the free aspect of social media. Okay, so let's talk about this. I want everybody to do this. We talked a little bit about this. I want you to go to your contacts, and I want you to go to the very bottom. I have this ridiculous amount. It's not even accurate, right? And so I want you to go and find out how many contacts are just in your phone. And remember, everybody that's in your phone, you might have friends that you don't even have their phone numbers for. You're really good friends on Facebook, and you don't even, like, I talk to people through Facebook Messenger a lot. That's how they've chosen to reach out to me. That's not my thing of choice. In fact, I almost missed a lead because I don't check that app very often. Oh my gosh. And guess what? It was a $1.5 million lead. Yeah, so thank goodness she still was there when I contacted her a week later. So, but let's start with your phone and let's run through this. I want you guys to all calculate it. You can all see this sphere of influence, income, opportunity, right? So I want you to run these numbers for yourself, and we're going to talk about what your income opportunity is. I'm doing it as well. So let's take a couple minutes to do this. Oh, and our average commission, E, is probably not $5,000. Let's just say we're lucky. You're lucky you live in Colorado. And let's just say for grins and giggles, let's say it's $10,000, but it might be more than that, right? So let's say it's $10,000 average commission. What? Yep. D times E. I got a ridiculous number. That means I really suck, and I could probably do a lot better with my database. Is my husband still on here? He's not going to be happy with me. So even if you had most of your people were in Texas, you're going to probably get a 25% referral if you got referral fees off of that. So that'd still be 2,500. So even if you did that, I'd love for you to calculate that small number, right? I got 2,400,000. as my income opportunity. I have 1,300 people in my phone. Do you see the 0.10? Do you see that? Yeah. All right. So share some numbers. What'd you get? Diane, I see your face. You're the only one I can see your face right now. What was your income opportunity number?
180,000.
Okay. What do you
But
think about that number?
most of those are in Texas, so I definitely need to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
And most of these are vendors still,
Okay.
but still, it's a lead.
Yeah. Right.
So.
This is we're only even talking about our sphere of influence, and we're actually only talking, we're not even talking about that. We're just talking about the phone numbers in our, we're just talking about the contacts in our phone. We're not talking about Facebook, LinkedIn, past jobs, our neighbors, our gym, you know, and all the other places that we know people that we don't have phone numbers for. Somebody else tell me another number. What do you got?
I got 1,145,000.
Well, how does that sound, Jackie?
It sounds good.
Mhm. So when we're looking at this, I mean, we're really saying that we would have to be very efficient, consistent, putting out great materials, great calls, great lead gen system to generate that much money just from our sphere of influence. Yeah. But you guys, it's there. I mean, every year, thousands of agents are killing it because they're consistent with what they do. And that's really the piece, is they don't give up. They might get discouraged, but they don't give up. Right? Those are two different things. One's just a feeling and a thought. I feel I'm discouraged. I feel that way. But the action, have you ever just done something because you knew it was the right thing to do and you actually did it, even though you didn't feel like you wanted to do it? What if you could commit to that for your first year of real estate? 100%. I'm going to give it my all. And then if at the end of the year, if I feel like it wasn't worth it, then you can quit. Because can't you quit? You could. You can always quit. But you first have to actually give great effort before you quit something. Wouldn't that be what you told a kid? They're gonna say, I really don't like this. I really don't want to do it. Well, have you really tried? Have you really put in any effort? Have you given it 100%? All right. Any other questions or around this sphere of influence? Okay. All right. Well, that was fun. So we've already covered how many people you have in your phone and how many potential sales that could represent. So your contact list is your database. Your social media is another potential database, right? And even though you might not have phone numbers or emails for those people, somehow they've not blocked you on social media. They like you, so you're okay. So we're going to try to be in relationship with those people in an organized way as well. It's called a lead gen system, right? We're going to be smart about how we operate. Coca-Cola has a marketing system of print marketing and ads and how they display products in stores and who they sponsor at events. It's very well thought out. Granted, that's a ginormous worldwide organization. So we're just talking about you and the people you know. It doesn't have to be the whole world, but I would love your database to eventually be around 600 people. So I've got 1,300 and I bet I have no idea who those people are, right? And I got about over 1,000 in my command database. And I don't kick anybody out, even if I don't know them. If an email goes out, I'm just glad it goes out. I'm not going to worry about if they don't want to see it, they'll unsubscribe, right? So my goal is to always feed my database. How are we? And I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be going there yet. Oh, well, we're not. So you have a sphere of influence, all the people in your phone. You have this database. You have the people in all of your social media platforms. And I'm going to include LinkedIn in that too. Okay. So how have we already been lead generating in this class? It's been about a week. Calling your contacts. Has anybody done anything else?
I've done a couple face-to-face meetings, which is a little bit more my wheelhouse. A lot of my contacts, I can't just call them during the day. They have their own lives, so prefer scheduling. So like this weekend, I met one of my neighbors who does investment real estate at a bar in Summit County. We talked for about an hour. Yesterday, I talked to a banker from American Pacific Mortgage about doing some stuff together. I seem to prefer doing Zoom or face to face.
Yep.
And I guess I'm more inclined to schedule a call so that I'm respecting their time, which they seem to appreciate.
Good. I love it. Good. And so now that you've started making calls, do you feel like you have a tool or a system to use to know when to reach out to someone again? No. Well, Sandy just shook her head yes, though. Okay. Yes. So she was saying she's going to use the Keller Williams, command. And we have a success system in there. And our success system is so simple. I really do love it. In fact, I encourage, experienced agents who their business is really dropped off. And I know why. It's because they don't have a system. They think that when they started it, they got lucky their first year or two, and they just randomly called people, hey, how's it going? They didn't have any kind of consistent email system going out. And I can't tell you how many people that is that I know about in our Keller Williams office. So I believe that to be true of the majority of licensed real estate agents across the world, right? And so there's thousands of agents in Colorado, but I don't worry about them. Half of them don't really work. Only 25% of licensed real estate agents, if that, 20 to 25% of licensed real estate agents treat it like a business. So do you think I'm worried? No, I told you I already don't worry. I have a plan for success. And if I follow my own plan, I'm sure it'll work. I can't worry about other people. I honestly don't have time to even worry about other people and what they're doing, right? And so if you know this, that's an edge, isn't it? That if you had even the simplest of lead gen systems, you're going to have a better business than the majority of existing real estate agents because they simply don't have a plan. It's that simple. So as you guys are new, I would say probably by month 6, and that's pretty late, I hope you have adopted some kind of system. This is how I'm going to roll through, and I'm going to try to schedule calls with people twice a year, send an email once a month, and be really active on social media. You could really do it that simply. You really could. You really, really could. It's not complicated. Again, it's just real estate. So let's get some ahas about what we've talked about so far. What's something that was brought to light to you so far in our conversation, or what is something that's going to help you with your mindset, or what is something you're going to apply to your business?
I'll talk. My aha is that I have a lot of potential because I do have a really big list and I'm not using it. the way I should be. I think I do talk to a lot of people all day, and I am really trying hard to incorporate real estate into my conversations. I'm not talking to enough people probably. And, some days after I get done talking to people all day, I'm tired. And some days I just don't want to make more phone calls, but gosh, the potential is huge there, and I need to really utilize it. I'd be crazy not to.
Yeah. Agreed. I love your honesty about that, right? What else?
I think to be dedicated to do something every day.
Mhm.
At least. Bare minimum.
Mhm. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it encourages me to hear all of this. It encourages me to keep doing what I'm doing. I think it's one of the strengths I have is to initiate conversation with people. Sometimes I can't keep it going, but I do, like just going out to the market yesterday. They have the markets here over in Evergreen, and just going up to somebody and start talking to them and buying something from them and saying, hey, what are you thinking about doing? It's just leading into the real estate. Can I get a card? Can I maybe call you about, space in Evergreen, or, things like that? I don't know. It's just one of the things that's easy for me. It's the follow up and the organization that I'm struggling with, getting it all in KW.com. So I want to.
Right, and it's a process, so you have to give yourself some grace, which is why I like, 10 people a day. Some people like to dump their entire database from their phone or whatever into command, and I really just don't like that. I think it doesn't force you to load people in there and talk to them, and at least make an effort to contact them at least that one time. And if you did 10 people a day, then I know today if I made 10 calls in 3 or 4 months, those people would come up again, and I'd have a natural system, and I'd know every day I have 10 people to get in contact with. If I set up that system that way, it would be so simple. And I would never have to wonder ever again, who am I supposed to call today? I'd already know. And along the way, you're going to add people that you meet at open houses, and the people that you meet in the chamber, and the people that you meet at the women's networking business, and, at the golf country club. I mean, I don't know. That's how you're going to really grow that database. And it's so important to pick a system sooner than later, because you're going to feel more organized. Again, I can't tell you how many people in my own market center, they attend these things and then they go grocery shopping afterwards, and then they go shopping. We're training, and then you need to implement, which is why I love that we do training and then we're doing calls. So we're at least getting the calls done. And then I want to put that follow-up piece in there so you can, add people to command. When we do the call piece, I don't want people to just go to the bathroom and go make themselves a sandwich, right? Because it's like going to the gym. You got ready, you showed up to the gym, you're wearing your workout clothes, you got your drink, and then, you sat, you never went to class, or you never got on the machine. I mean, to me, that's the one thing I hate more than anything for myself, is wasting time. And all I have is time to give people, to give my kids, to give my poor husband. He just gets that much time, right? And think about how much time you're giving to people, and you got to give it to yourself. You studied for that horrible real estate test, and then you had to take it. This is where the good stuff gets going. All right. Any other questions? Any other aha somebody wants to share? Okay. Let's jump back in. All right. So are we good? Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about the lead gen model. Let's just get to it. I want you to think about your lead gen model as like a funnel, right? That you are prospecting and marketing for anyone, right? When you're new, you really don't care. I still don't care. I would like to put a little bit more thought into where I'm spending my time and money, because I would really love to have a higher price point, right? My favorite price point, if I put things out into the universe or if I prayed about it, I would say, I really want to work with people who are happy and easy to get along with. I want to work with people who already maintain their homes well. I want to work with people who have a price value around 800,000 for their property. I'd love that sweet spot. Right, where do I find those people? So I'm going to think about where are those people? I'm going to be a little more purposeful in how I spend my money and spend my time, right? And whom I'm talking to. When I go to that chamber meeting, who do I want to talk to? Are you getting where I'm going with this, you guys? Is this helping you think a little bit? Like, I hope you're having some people pop into your mind, right? But will I talk to anybody and everybody? Yes, I will. So we're doing prospecting and marketing to lead into our database, right? To get people's information, whether it's on Facebook or whether it's a business card they share with us or a referral shared to us, and how they kind of work into this whole little system. Any questions about this little system and how it feeds 1, 2, 3, and 4? Oh. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Good. So let's move on to the next slide if you get that. Here we go. So focusing on prospecting and marketing as lead generation activities. This is what we do. This is where we should spend half of our time. You're new agents. You should spend half of your time doing lead gen and half of your time doing training and education. So if you're only able to work 10 hours a week, 5 hours is for lead generation. 5 hours is for watching training videos. Well, not during Ignite. You're spending a lot of time here. But we're still doing half and half. We're doing 2 hours of training, 2 hours of lead gen, right? And the 2 hours of lead gen is really broken into scripts and who am I going to call and what I'm going to talk about. Then calling for probably about an hour, then a half hour of like the follow-up. It's not just jumping on the phone for 2 hours hardcore, right? We have to plan out what we're doing. So I love this idea of prospecting and marketing. I love layered lead gen. Probably people are not going to be too successful just calling. It's great. It's better to mix it up, right? So prospecting versus marketing. I hope you've thought about this when you're thinking about a budget for your business. Marketing costs money. Tell me a marketing tool that you could use that costs you money.
Facebook.
Well, Facebook's free. So how would Facebook cost you money?
Facebook ads.
Yes, Facebook ads. What else costs you money in marketing?
Print. Mailers.
Yes, mailers. Like if you're going to farm, and if you're going to farm, you need to put out a monthly postcard or something. Monthly. Right? So those are long-term results. It's very passive. I'm really not big on passive. I mean, I'm not. I don't think in relationships, in your real relationships, you should be passive. I think you should be assertive. I think, you know, people need to know where you're coming from. They need to know you support them. They need to know what you think. But marketing does have its place, right? What's a good, quick way to get yourself out there into somebody's hands, into a mailer, right? If you have a local magazine or publisher. So up here in the mountains, we have Colorado Serenity, and really that is a real estate magazine. Yes, so I pay to be in there. I don't know if I've gotten any business out of there, but I think if you're a realtor, you're in that magazine. And if I want to sell $800,000 home to business professionals who are happy and nice to work with, I think they want their house to be marketed in there. I think they look at that magazine and they look at the houses that are in there. I think I have to be in there. That's part of my business plan. Now, I'm not saying that's part of your business plan, but right, I have this big picture, but I've had 9 years to think about my picture. You guys are like, I maybe don't know what that really looks like, but I spend money on there. But boy, do I spend a lot of time in Facebook because it's free. I want a layered effect, and I got to go to parties, and I like that, right? So prospecting. Tell me a prospecting activity. Door knocking. What else?
Client events.
Yep. What else?
Open houses.
Yep. Open houses. What else? Calling FSBOs, calling expireds. Why don't you just try to spend some time getting that expired's phone number and researching whether they've relisted with another agent or if they've already sold and that the MLS data was, you know, not totally up to date, right? Okay. However, man, open houses can really turn well for you. It's a great way to get buyers. It's a great way to meet people who really want to talk about real estate. They're looking in someone else's house, for goodness sakes. They are thinking about real estate, right? It is time intensive. It takes time. Ordering a, you know, a postcard can be done really in about an hour. Doing an open house takes at least 4 hours. And the first hour starts in the office, figuring out which house you're going to hold open, getting information about it, making sure it gets advertised. And the next 3 hours are about setting up, doing the open house, and hoping to goodness that somebody walks through, right? But it can really turn over for you. When you're new, I really think you should focus on prospecting, which is why we talk about sphere of influence so much, because of the cost. And I like to lead with revenue. If you are going to do a farm and you're going to pay for leads, is there anybody out there that's going to pay for leads or do a farm or is already farming? Speak up.
What
a
does
little
farming mean? What does that mean?
bit. Ooh, okay. Who out there knows what farming is that can explain it? Come on, somebody knows. Yes. Where are
it's-
we?
It's about selecting a specific area and working the contacts in the organizations in the community in that area in order to generate the leads.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Ariel. So let's run through the farm real quick, right? And it is a combination of prospecting and marketing. Again, it's layered. I love it. However, it's going to cost you money. So if you're going to farm a particular neighborhood, let's think. If one postcard, the cheapest postcard you can get out there is probably 70 cents. Okay. If you want to do a farm neighborhood, how many houses do you want to hit in that neighborhood? Ish. 200. That's $140 a month. It's $1,600 a year. That's probably the cheapest postcard you could get. It needs to go out every month and you're only getting 200 people, right? And so sometimes you're going to reach out to the title company. You can reach out to your favorite title rep and say, hey, I'd like to get a mailing list for, you know, the Highland Hills neighborhood. And your title rep's going to say, okay, well, there's about 760 homes in that neighborhood. Do you want that whole mailing list? It'll cost you $5 or $10. And you could say, yes, I'll take all of them because it costs $5 or $10, right? But then you're like, when you're going to integrate that mailing list into Command and you're going to tag it as your Highland Hills farm, that's how I would tag it, because all you have is email or mailing addresses for them. Can you really afford to send us over 700 homes? Is that really in your budget? I want you to think you have to commit for a year, have to. And in fact, you might build your whole entire business plan for a year around that. So you're going to mail every month, one mailer. You probably should host a neighborhood garage sale in that neighborhood, because one of those mailers is going to say, hey, it's March and I'd love to do a neighborhood garage sale in May. Contact me if you're interested. I'm going to come up with maps and I'm going to have signage and I'm going to market this to outside of our community so that we can have this garage sale. So hopefully you get people in one of those mailers, people are going to reach back out to you, right? It's a call to action. You're going to door knock in that farm area. You're going to see every property listed in there that's not yours. You're going to go to, if a property comes up for sale, you're going to be at every showing. I mean, you're going to do it every open house, or you're going to at least see it and you're going to leave your card there so that the homeowner sees your name again. Because in this market, it is a changed market, right? Properties might relist with another agent because they get an agent who might be lazy and think it is still the spring and just do a bare minimum, take cell phone photos, barely get any information about the property, overprice it. And you might be that second agent that picks it up. Well, I get your mailer every month and I went with my friend's friend because it was my friend's friend, realtor. But I've been getting your mailer every month and I saw that you came and previewed my property. Right? Wouldn't you love that phone call?
Is
In
it
October,
good? Is
go
it
ahead.
good to like farm your neighborhood that you live in, or is it better to do other neighborhoods surrounding you? Because like we've tried like a little bit mixture of both and like pretty much got probably about the same results, if not,
Mhm.
less or more. So I'm just wondering, like, from your perspective, do you think that it's good to market or farm to your neighborhood?
And that's a good question, but I'll tell you the better question. The better question to ask is, where is there higher turnover in the neighborhood? Where am I going to have more opportunity to have a listing? Isn't that the whole point of a farm? So we've got a neighborhood up here in Evergreen called the Island. They're $1 million properties. Some of them are multi-million-dollar properties. But guess what? Hardly anybody ever moves out of there. So you're going to spend all this money, and boy, your monthly mailers, they better look real good. They better have great content. You better not just be an annoying little ad going out. It better look good, and you better be able to rub elbows with some of those people or have some kind of interaction with them, because you're probably not going to door knock that neighborhood unless you already have an in. And if there's not high turnover, I don't know if that's worth it for you. And so you can pull your own stats in the MLS and see how many home sales were there in that particular neighborhood in the last year, maybe in the last 2 years. How far back does our MLS go, right? And so compare the neighborhood you're in to maybe another neighborhood you were thinking about and pull stats. What's the turnover rate? Because you're probably, our focus here at KW is always listings. That's my focus, right? Because you can generate your own leads off of your own listing. It's hard to use a buyer to generate more leads. It doesn't turn over that way. It's not how it works. So think to yourself, why would I pick this neighborhood? Why do you want that neighborhood? I'll tell you, I like my own neighborhood. I used to farm my own neighborhood because I'm in that neighborhood. I actually know where the post office is. I'm just familiar. It just was easy for me to know. Some people do not like to farm their own neighborhood, but then you've got to be the neighborhood expert. You got to know where the park is. You got to know what schools it filters to. You got to know what's the closest fire department. You need to know what's that bakery right around the corner. You need to know, right? You're going to tell people I'm the neighborhood expert. This is why you should work with me. And I'll tell you a little story. We got a neighborhood up here, and this agent doesn't live in the neighborhood, but the people think he does. That's how good he is. They think he lives there. He just markets well in that neighborhood. That's his farm. They don't know. They don't even know he doesn't live there. But they call him, and he gets the majority of the listings. He has the market share on that neighborhood. So is this a little food for thought for you if you were thinking about farming? A couple other ideas around farming. In October, you're going to let everybody know that you're going to have a pumpkin dump, at the corner lot down here. And whoever wants a pumpkin can come pick up a pumpkin. You're going to have a door decorating contest for Christmas where they post on your Facebook page their front door, right? To enter, to win a $200 gift certificate to this really nice restaurant near where you're at. 4th of July, you could pay your kids or somebody else's kids to drive around July 3rd and stick flags in everybody's yards. And I'm only telling you these ideas because a Remax agent that I used to golf with told me all these ideas, right? So I love people who love to share, and the things that they did that really resonated with, and they felt like it was part of their success, right? You could hold a neighborhood barbecue at the park. Easter water sponsor for the egg hunt in the park. You get a movie night. I think people do that. They have like a movie night in the park, and you could bring all the popcorn. I don't know. It's got to be things you like to do though, right? So don't say that sounds like a good plan, but I hate all those ideas. You probably don't want to farm, but let me tell you another couple ways you could farm, right? Thinking about lead gen and how it fits you is about just talking about ideas and being a coach. Oh, I mean, talking to you guys gives me so many ideas. So what if your kids go to an elementary school and you want to farm the elementary school? So you're going to sponsor and put your banner on the fence. You're going to host a back to school, something for the teachers, right? Because the teachers are who you want to hit. The front office, you're always going to bring them coffee on Thursdays, coffee and donuts. The PTA, you might want to join the PTA. You don't want another job though, right? You don't want another job. You want to be there for field day with 10 million frozen otter pops. Obviously, I'm talking about elementary school. You're going to be there after school every day to pick up your kid. If you don't have a kid, don't do this. That's weird. Right, but if you're already involved in something with your kids and you've already got to be there, you've got to be there to pick up your kids, make some natural things happen for yourself. Does that make sense? Okay. 10, 12.
I have a question for you. So I live in a mobile park, manufactured homes. Is that a good idea? Maybe like farming around here Like, I know, like me, for example, am thinking about buying a home later on because I do want something bigger. And I think that for some other people, that's like the idea too. So I don't know if that's like good or.
Yeah. All right. So you've all heard me ramble for about an hour and 15 minutes. When you hear what she just asked based on our conversation, do you guys have ideas? I have ideas too, Elizabeth. I'll come back to you, but I want to hear if anybody else has ideas around Elizabeth's question.
What was the question again? Sorry.
If it was a good idea to form around like mobile homes.
Yeah, I would want to first know what the turnover rate is, kind of like what Jody mentioned before, at like high one islands. Is there a high turnover rate in that housing unit? Or because if it's not going to be worthwhile.
Well, and like two, I think like the other thing you kind of have to think of is like, I know a girl who like kind of got into real estate, and like there are already like a big market for people in, and like obviously not to like deter you or anything, because there's a million realtors in Colorado too, so it's the same thing goes, but there are like sales representatives for like new build mobile homes, or like I guess you could call it like more like, what is the word, like affordable living, I guess you could call it, for people in that like income bracket. So it may be a good idea to like, you know, try to figure out like a niche within that to market to or farm to, and like pick areas where like, you know, that that's going to be the case. And like there could also be like lending. Wait, hold on one second. Oh yeah, there could be like limited lending options for mobile homes as well. So you have to kind of like think about like all the just like different variables, I guess you could say. But like also I think that with that, it like may be a good idea, like I was saying, to like make, like I've kind of been told like going through like since April, since when I started, like you kind of have to narrow down like 3 groups of like your niche of like the people you want to be consistently putting your face in front of and like making your brand out of. And so I think that it is important to like narrow those down, and like especially like I think it was, I don't know who it was, I think it was Becky or somebody else like who just said like, I just moved here, so like that's a niche, like I just moved here, and so like I have experience in like just understanding like the buying process, especially in Colorado, like being new to here type of thing.
So Taylor, maybe an idea for Elizabeth then would be having a first-time home buyers seminar
Yeah.
for that community, right? If there's other people out there who are currently renting and they want home ownership as a goal of theirs, right? And if you were at the Rocky Mountain Summit, there was a military wife who she was like, all these active military and veterans have access to this one loan, and I don't think they know about it. And this is what could get them into a home. And she's like, I'm going to make this my goal. I'm going to help people get a home. And it's going to be through this particular type of loan. And so
it's funny you say that, because like even like I have friends who are in the military, and like they don't know that they have options to a VA loan because they think it's just for veterans, not for active duty. So like just educating people, like you're saying, is huge, and like giving them the option, like showing them the options that they have is huge, because most people don't know all the programs that are out there.
I'll plug it in. It's true. And I don't know. I'm not a lender. I have no idea. I rely on my lender people. I'll plug it in. Oh.
Thank you.
And so, right, so let's think of some ideas of how you could farm this area that you live in, right? First-time homebuyers, understanding who owns this. Does the community own these current properties? Are they all owned and rented out? And so even if they're owned, could you still market to the owner? So when you ask the title rep for the mailing list for a particular farm, hold on. know if that worked. They're going to send you not only the property address, mailing address, but they're going to send you the mailing address. So there's two different things, right? When we're looking at a community that's maybe rented out, there's the renters could receive a mailer, but the property owners, you're going to see there's two different addresses on there. So think about that too when you're doing a mailer and you're just really trying to get whoever lives in the house, because it doesn't matter whether they rent or they own it. Don't you want to talk to them? You want to talk to everybody. But if we're talking about, you think the majority of that community rents, what are their needs? Do they want to be homeowners one day? So you can offer a first-time home buyer. You can offer a maybe credit repair. You can offer, and that's a whole niche, just like Taylor was saying. What if you did a farm to apartment buildings?
Or even like another
Exactly what I'm doing.
another good thing about like offering something to first-time home buyers, if like that's going to be your niche, is like a home warranty. If you can find a company that does that and you pay for the first year, that's your gift to them. And then after that, they pay for it, obviously, after the first year point.
You could probably get a lender to partner with you to do farming marketing for that year. And say,
And to another idea that I've had people tell me, and like my mom's actually a lender, so like this is something hopefully we're going to start doing, is making videos. Like social media is a huge thing. Make reels with your lender. Ask them 2 or 3 questions a week toward whatever topic you want to gear toward, because that will help educate people in a different way. And then if, say, you work with older people or you work with people who maybe aren't on social media, put that, since it's such a small clip of a video, put that video in an email and like a newsletter and send it out to those people via email or a text.
Yep. Very good. Is that helpful, Elizabeth?
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
Good. There's coffee, in the kitchen. Go right ahead. We have the Keurig there. All right. Well, good. Well, let's move on so we can get jumping on to the next, whatever's next. A good piece, right? So thinking about, and like I said, you guys are really kind of coming up in your first 6 months of what do I want to do? How do I want to do it? How do I want to spend my money? Right? So it's something big. Hopefully you've been thinking about it a little bit before and it's coming together. So let's move into like number 2, right? So we're doing lead capture, we do prospecting and marketing, and it leads into our database, right? Our database is what is Command. We put everybody in there. And the reason we use Command is, first of all, it's free. Second of all, there's tools in Command that can save you time. And you might think, well, I have time right now, but you will one day be like me, and I barely have time to get all my ideas and things done. So I have all these great ideas I'd love to implement, and I'm running out of time. So you want to use the database, and you want to use Command to use smart plans and use that email feature, and a great way to remind you to when to contact people. So you're not having to spend time to think about who should I call now. You don't know. You just open up Command and it tells you who to reach out to. So, and some people are like, well, what's the difference between a lead and a contact? And really everybody in your database should be a contact, unless you're adding a farm and you don't know them yet, but you're going to tag them farm. So don't worry about that, but they're in your database still. And hopefully you're going to get to know more about the people in your database by either reaching out to them. So even if you were farming and you know that somebody's name is Bob Smith, and you know he lives in your farm neighborhood, so you're going to go onto Facebook, or you're going to go on to, LinkedIn, and you might try to cyber stalk them, and you might try to be friends with them after you've sent out a couple mailers, or after you've had a neighborhood garage sale and you didn't meet that person, right? So you're looking of ways to really interact with people. But how do we got to manage the relationships we have, or we're going to lose them. And that will happen. If you don't stay in touch with people, They're going to use somebody else, and then they are going to unsubscribe from everything and totally discount you. And you don't want to lose something that you already had, right? I think you can run a successful business off of 600 people in your database. And so you want to grow that database to have people who become very familiar with you and you with them. Make sense? So leads are people you've earned the right to talk to, like you met them at an open house, they were referred to you. Contacts are people you've talked to, you've either texted with or emailed back and forth with, face to face, met at the chamber meeting, yada, yada. Okay, so we want to cultivate those relationships. And that's number 3, cultivate contacts for conversation. And this is what we've been talking about. This is how you do it, by phone calls, email, text, face-to-face, the KW app. You can use the KW app. I really use the Denver MLS to stay in relationship with people. Hey, just wanted to let you know, I saw this property came on the market right around the corner from where you live, and wondered, had you seen it, right? That's a great, easy way to reach out to somebody. And then they're going to be like, no, but I've always wanted to get in that house. And I'd say, well, you know, I was planning on going to see it. Even if I wasn't planning on going to see it, I might say, I'd love to, let's go see it. Do you want to, I'll set up a showing and we can go see it. What works for you, right? And that's an easy way to just stay in touch with someone. You're still doing real estate work. You're still learning about neighborhoods. Why not? And then they have a last one on here, handwritten communication. You want to have multiple ways that you're staying in relationship with your people. Make sense?
Layered.
This could be a part of your lead gen system, right? Even if you called 5 people a day, emailed everybody once a month, text 5 people a day. You try to see people face to face. So you got to plan, you're going to a chamber event, a mixer, your kid's soccer game. When you work out, when I go to work out, I always try to talk to 2 people. Hey, how you been? What's going on? What's happening with you? And I send cards or get well cards to my neighbor just fell off a ladder. So I'm going to try to take him dinner. Oh yeah, like really wrecked himself. So I'm going to take dinner for him and his wife. You know, have a nice little note with it. I love to give gifts. So gift giving is something I really like to do. So think about how you like to, have you guys read 5 Love Languages? Think about how do you like to give, how do you like to show people you care? Is it words of affirmation? So you call people and just say, hey, you know what? I've really been thinking about you. You know, you were there for me during this time of my life, yada, yada, yada. And I just really wanted to say thanks. Or if you're acts of service and you want to do things for people. Hey, I saw on Facebook that, you know, your property, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. And I really wanted to come and help you. Giving gifts. Obviously, that's self-explanatory. And you can just give people gifts all the time. You can give Popeyes. You can have, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Send birthday cards, send cupcakes for every birthday. I don't know. Think about what you really want to do. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming, but think about what you already like to do, the groups you're already involved with, and how does it kind of come together more naturally? When you start your real estate career, it's not about developing this whole new persona and a whole new life. It's really all the people you already interact with should be a good group, and you're going to add to it. So once we cultivate those contacts and we've converted them into clients, we hope we close them, and then they just get turned back into your database where you just call them every once in a while, send them an email, you know, see them face to face, and it just continues on and on, right? So it never ends. It's best when it's time blocked, and it does determine the size of your business. I got an agent and she really cleaned up her database too much. I was like, don't get rid of nobody. I mean, if you met somebody in an open house, they gave you a legit email and you've been emailing them every month, but they've never said anything to you and you're like, I haven't talked to them. Don't get rid of them. I had a lead that I had in my database. I put on a auto search or an auto email through the MLS for a year. He calls me, I had never even talked to him. Hey, could you show me this property in Evergreen in the next couple of days? Yes. God. Yeah, that turned out to be 3 transactions. They ended up buying a house in Evergreen. They let me sell their house in Montrose, and then they referred their son to me to buy a condo in Denver. Should you ever get rid of an email? Ever? Yes, it's free, and no. Just let it roll. Okay? Oh, you get that? Just let it keep happening. So, any ideas about the lead gen model? Do you have any questions about it or anything that was really like eye-opening to you? And I'll go back to that. It's right here. Any questions about any of this? It is pretty straightforward. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to use this highlighter now for the rest of my life every time I'm on Zoom. Best when it's time blocked. Don't let that leave you. I hope if you're in my group, we talk about that every single time we talk. Okay. All right. Next is your sphere of influence. We're going to roll through this so we can get on to business. You know people in so many different ways, and all the things that you do, the things you're already involved with, the things that you love to do. You love to do CrossFit, or you love to go on hikes. You love to volunteer. Anything you're already doing, you're going to see how's real estate kind of come into that and naturally kind of roll right in. You're not going to show up wearing your KW swag and blasting it out to the universe. That might be offensive. It's going to roll in. So I want you to think about these, categorizing your sphere of influence. And you've got all these people. And I want you to go through this list, and I want you to write down a name of someone that fits all 14 of these things. And I'm not sure if they're going to be in your phone. So I'm not sure if you already have them added into your database. And so I want you to write down someone in your immediate family that you might not have already included in your contacts. Go through your friends, relatives, go through all of this. And I hope it brings up someone new for you that you're like, oh yeah, I got to figure out how I'm going to find their number or email or something. In command.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and I started tagging like Illinois and Texas. I think they've given me that.
Yes. Everybody that you put into command needs to have a tag. And I would not tag everyone as friends, relatives, neighbors, past coworkers. I would have a few tags, because you got to think about, why am I tagging these people? And the whole point is to put them into smart plans. And so I'm probably going to have a big sphere of influence, which is my most commonly used one. Having real estate services, I call them affiliates, electricians, lenders, home cleaners. I call them all affiliates, and that's how they're all tagged. because I'd love to have a smart plan that goes out to all of my affiliates and that we do referral business to business. I might also have a chamber one that goes the same thing. I want to do business to business with them for chamber people. Yeah. You can have multiple tags. And so think about, and right, so I have a past client one, because at Christmas I send cards to all my past clients, but all my past clients of this current year, I will actually drop off a gift. Right? So you think about when you're tagging people, think about how you're actually going to use that tag. And if you're like, I'm really not sure, then pick a few tags. You are certainly not going to have, I don't want you to have 14. You could have sphere of influence. If you know a lot of people in another state, or you just have, you know, a lot of people outside of Colorado, you could have an out of state tag. Because you can create your own tags, right? And say, no matter where you are, I can always help you find a real estate professional near you or in the place you're looking to move to. I would love to help you, right? You would probably have one for a farm neighborhood, or if you're going to farm a school, or you're going to farm LinkedIn, or you're going to do like a farm in Facebook. You guys can Google all that stuff, right? When you're splitting your time between half of lead gen and half on your business and training and education, that half of training and education is thinking time of how you are going to be organized and things that you want to do, how you want to do your lead gen. Who do I want to be in relationship with? And how will what activities can I do to get in front of those people? Right? So I'm sure when you're driving in your car and doing other things, you'll have that thinking time too. Right? But it also goes the next step of implementing those ideas. All right, any questions or ideas that got generated from this slide? Okay. We're building our sphere of influence day by day, every day. And when you're new, you want to add at least 100 people to your database in your first year based on, in addition to the people on your phone, in addition to the people on Facebook, you want to add 100 people through open houses or a new connection, at least 100. And so your goal is, that's pretty much one every 3 days, right? For me, I don't add that many people. It slows down after a while, then I just try to focus on the people I have. Okay. All right. Where are we at? So we have a program called Bold. It's a lead generation class you actually pay for, have to attend, and have to make 100 contacts every week for 7 weeks. People pay for this, but their catch is they say that you do this, you should generate at least 3 pieces of business out of that 7 weeks. 7 weeks, 3 pieces of business. They're saying you're going to close 3 transactions. Close 3 transactions out of those 7 weeks. What if you treated your first year as Bold, maybe not 100 contacts a week, but you just did the 10 contacts a day? You did half of it. I think you'd have a business that you were pretty happy with at the end. So if you can just adjust the way you think about things, the things you look at will change. And it's true, having that positive perspective and having a positive mindset, you're going to see that. We talk about that a lot because it's a sales job. So we have to talk about the boss has to be ready, the CEO has to be motivated to work, the workers got to be ready to go, the open house girl, the budget girl. I'm everything. I have got to be on fire for myself. No one else besides my husband is going to be saying, let's go. Oh, and your coach. I'm invested in you. I'm putting time into you. And the reason I like coaching is I truly love success through others. I coach soccer. I love that. Even though they're maniac teenage boys, they can be annoying as hell and very, very weird. But like watching them play and seeing them grow and develop, I'm like a proud mama bird over there. I don't get paid much to coach, but I love that. And so there are people here in your office, in your family, your friends who are on fire for you. And so we need to be around those people who energize us, right? I've got some friends who are just crazy energy. And I try to be around them a lot, not to suck their energy, but to share in it, right? So, all right. Expanding your sphere of influence, right? We just talked about this. You're trying to constantly add, like, what was Bob and Susie's daughter's name that they said they were thinking about helping buy a house for? Or, where does so-and-so work? I don't even know where they work. I've known them for 10 years. I don't even know where they work. So we're trying to add, and we're trying to develop those relationships with the people we already know, right? So that's why we call them. We just ask them. We just ask people, how are you? What are you up to? What's new in your life? What are you doing? You look at Facebook. Maybe you look at Facebook before you call people so you know what to talk about, and makes it a little bit easier. But also in that ask, we are asking for business. If it comes up and I feel like there's a spot for me to ask, I ask. Right? So do you remember the Ford conversation? Do you guys remember we talked about the Ford sandwich? Has anybody used the Ford sandwich this week? Yeah? Parts of it, right? Not all of it at once. And that, I would challenge you to do that. I would challenge you to make 10 calls out of the 50 you're going to make this week and the next week before I see you again, is to make 10 of those calls. Just do a Ford sandwich. Hey, Ariel, how you doing? Great, good. What have you been up to? Oh, awesome. Great. Well, the reason for my call today is I'm reaching out to people, see if they know about the interest rates changing, the prediction of it becoming 4% in the spring. Have you heard that? She's probably gonna say no. And I say, well, it's kind of a rumor, but we really don't know. And if I really did know, well, I would be rich and I wouldn't be calling you, actually. But I know you guys had mentioned before, that you're happy where you're at. But if you come across anyone that's thinking about making a move, I'm really curious to see what does happen with our interest rates and if it does shift back down to 4 in the spring. So I'd love to be in contact with anyone so that we can start that conversation early and I can help them get into a home of their dreams by next spring. And she'll say, if I think of somebody, I'll let you know. I'll say, great. You'll probably get my email newsletter later this month. I'm also doing a fundraiser for breast cancer in October. So I'd love to see you there. But if you can't make it, there's a way you can donate straight to Susan G. Komen. And, we're going to have a lot of fun. And but yeah, it's been great to catch up with you, blah, 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 the end. So I'd love to challenge you to try to have 10 conversations and just have the Ford conversation, right? The more we try something on, the better it feels, the more comfortable it feels. You've got to push yourself to do things that you're not so comfortable with. So you get to be like this and you just start talking to people about it, and it doesn't feel weird anymore. It feels pretty comfortable. And it gets easier. It gets easier. All right, good. All right. So continue on expanding your sphere of influence, asking people for business, asking people for referrals, and strengthening your casual connections. Are you volunteering somewhere? Should you be volunteering somewhere? Let me say, don't volunteer at the vet clinic when you're the only one there from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. by yourself. Like, I mean, unless that's really your passion and where you really want to be, if you're thinking of that's a way to grow your business because you're volunteering, that's not the best use of your time, probably. Your time is precious. You don't want to spend more time away from your family, I hope. So think about when we're choosing to do things and we're saying, this is kind of for my business and tied to my business, it needs to make sense. Asking for referrals. And, oh, sharing a sample of my newsletter. Yes. Yep. I will right after this. So gathering leads from your sphere of influence. Oh, read this. I already kind of gave you an example, but I'll let you read it. All right, are we good? Now, I want you to rephrase that and say it in a better way. How would you say it? Let's throw that out there. Let's do a little script practice. Someone say that in a little bit different way.
I would say I'm networking to build my business.
Mm-hmm.
That's as far as I got. Let's see. I'd be happy to help you if you do know of any friends or family from your neighborhood or anyone from your neighborhood that's thinking of buying and selling a home.
Great.
I'm better with written word.
Right, and it's so true, and it's safe, and you get to have control over what you've said to someone in text or email, but that's passive. Now, text has become pretty easy way of communication, actually, even with people at work. So you could just text people during work, and surprisingly, most everybody can text at work. I don't know, nobody's working these days, apparently. So, how else would you say this?
I'll go. So I've been telling everybody I'm involved in real estate. And so now what I'm getting a lot is people asking me, how's the real estate business going? So I've been saying, it's great. I'm really excited about it. I feel like it's an awesome opportunity for me to help people, and I love helping people. So if you know anyone who is looking to buy or sell, please, please, please think of me, because I'm just dying to get going with it. Something like that is what I've been saying.
And here's a little script. What if someone says to you, hey, yeah, Sandy, how's it going? How's real estate going? And you're going to say, or usually people say, how's the market? That's the ask they really, or the thing they really say. And I'll say, it's really great. What have you heard? Right? And you want to re-engage them. You want to know maybe why are they asking? Because they might be asking for a real reason. I think they might be asking to be friendly, and they might say so. But I want to put it kind of back on them. And I always want to say, the market's good. The market's great. I'm always saying that. I'm not, well, because it is. Homes have still appreciated. You're still going to make a profit on your property. If you're a buyer right now, this is the freaking best time to buy. You think interest rates are high? It could be a rumor that goes down to 4 in the spring, and it could go up to 7. Is this a good time to buy real estate? Yeah, it is. You're not going to overpay. Not right now. Right? And so I could go on and on like that, but why was that girl asking me though? What if she was asking because of her sister or her mother, or she's going to leave her husband and she needs a place? Dang, I don't want to miss that opportunity when someone asks me a question like that. It's pretty good. Why do you ask? And even if somebody's pretty casual about it, right? So Remember in our answers to things that we want to ask a question that re-engages that person. Because a lot of times people don't tell you what they're thinking. Like right now, when I look at all your faces, I have no idea what you're thinking, right? Unless I asked you specifically and individually. I hope you would just share, but a lot of times people don't share. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I want you to think about how can you ask people for referrals? This is your job. No one else is going to ask for you, right? You got to understand that. And so if you're a hairdresser and you were starting out your business, and I got a couple hairdressers here, you know, how do they grow their business? You know, I'm so glad that we met. I love, you know, this is the second time I'm doing your hair, and I hope you're happy with how it looks. I've loved working with you. And look, if you send me 3 people, I'll include a color and a cut. Well, maybe not a color, but maybe I'll give you a free cut. So for every 2 people you give me, I'll give you a free haircut. Every 2 people you refer to me. And so I don't know how we can really work that in real estate. But word of mouth is always good. And right. And say, one of my favorite scripts is, hey, I know you guys are happy where you're at. You have a beautiful home. But if you come across anyone that's thinking about buying or selling or investing in real estate, I would love to help them. I'm really looking to grow my business this year, and I'd love to help 30 families get into homes by next summer. Whatever, right? Whatever you're going to say, right? And I don't say I want to close 30 deals so I can, you know, have my dream vacation and fix my deck. I want to say, I'd really love to help 30 families, right? And so what if Elizabeth was like, you know, my goal this next year is to own my first home and to get 30 other families into their first home. And so if you can help me help them, that would be the best thing ever. So I'm going to email you my contact information so you can share it with anybody you come across in the next month. Is that something that you could do for me? They say yes. Remember, we're asking questions where we get people in agreement with us. And if they're not, they'll tell us they're not in agreement. But then we got to ask, you know, well, you know, what's that about? You know, right? So we're not trying to force people to work with us. We can't. We're not trying to make people buy houses because we can't. We can't make them sell their house. We're trying to be in alignment with them if this is something that works for them. Oh my gosh, we've been on here for 2 hours, almost. Okay. Any questions about this and asking for referrals from your sphere? Great. Just a little cue. Anytime my sphere sends me a lead, I send them a thank you card and a gift card. If that lead closes, I'm going to take those people out to dinner at the bistro, or I'll get them a gift certificate so they can go to Twin Forks down in Morrison. So I'm going to treat them like I'm not supposed to give them gifts, but I will give them I will reward them for their behavior. But the referral is the first one. A thank you for the referral, whether it means anything or not. It could be a crappy referral. It doesn't matter. If people start giving you referrals, reward them, right? Okay. Ahas, oh, we're moving through. Jump in and say something. Lead gen best practices is track your lead sources, audit your lead sources, diversify your database, and be consistent. So track your lead sources. Where are your leads coming from? Do they come from your sphere of influence? You need to pour more time and money into your sphere of influence. You need to have parties. You need to invite people to do stuff. You need to take people out to dinner. Audit your lead sources. If you're spending a ton of money on a farm and it's never turned over for you, but you're getting all of your leads from your kid's soccer team, think about that a little bit. Where do you spend your time and money? Diversify your database. And I think that means I want to diversify my pipeline. You guys are trying to grow to your pipeline to be at least 10 people, 5 buyers, 5 sellers, at least 10 people in a pipeline. That means 5 people on searches in the MLS, right? By the end of the year, you want to have at least 10 by the end of your first year on searches. And I would love to diversify it. So I would love to have people who are ready right now and people who are ready in 6 months and people who are ready next year. I'd like to already be in conversation with those people. I would like to be in business and have a diverse pipeline of people. I'm probably gonna have people who want to buy and sell up to 700, people between 700 and 1 million. And I would love to have a couple people over 1 million, buyers and sellers, right? I'd love to have some diversification there. And I'm gonna be consistent in my lead gen every month. Mine's a monthly plan. So every month I'm in front of people, I call people, I send a newsletter, right? So these are best practices for you. Time block your lead gen. And this is it. It's 2 hours. All of this is 2 hours, you guys. Half hour to prepare, an hour to have conversations, and a half hour to load them into your database and follow up. That's 2 hours. That's what we're going to do right now. Does that make sense? Plan and prepare. So you never feel weird when you start to make calls. You're ready. Battle distractions. So build a bunker. If you have your 4-year-old who's homesick from school with you today, you are not doing lead gen. You're sending emails or something. You're going to text people, right? You're not calling anybody because that kid, every time you get on the phone, that 4-year-old wants to say something to you. You need to be ready. Like, I've got my day planner always. When I'm making calls, I always have my day planner so that I know what if somebody wants to set an appointment. You know, I have Sunday at 10 or Sunday at 3 o'clock available. What works for you, right? So I have my day planner ready to schedule an appointment. I make sure that I have my computer charger. I have a drink. I'm ready to work. I got a list of people I'm going to call. Ready, right? Any ahas? Did I just say anything new, or you guys already heard that 5 times from somebody else? Mm-hmm. And even if you're hearing it every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, boy, would I love it if you're hearing it every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I hope, and this is what I tell people at Jazzercise. I'm the instructor, remember? It is my voice you hear in your head, and you keep going until the song is over, right? This is not hard. This is just a workout. Real estate is not hard. It's just work. Hard things are losing a parent, going into foreclosure, being fired from a job. COVID-19, that was pretty damn hard, right? That's hard. Real estate ain't hard. Jazzercise for sure is not hard, right? So I hope you hear Margaret, and some of you, if Margaret's your coach, you're in trouble. You will have her voice in your head. She's gonna be on you, right? So I hope that your thinking is in line with the positive mindset, that you guys feel good about going forward, to take the actions you need to take using the tools that we already have set up for you. I have a vision for all of you. I have a vision for myself, but I also see the path for you if you choose to do it. It's a lot simpler. It does take time. It takes time to learn how to do all these things and how to freaking remember to log into what our platforms are. I mean, that was my biggest problem, was technology. So here's our daily success system. This is what we're working on. Good. It's only 10:56. Still good, because I really want to give us plenty of time to make calls and appointments, right? Our focus is on having 10 conversations. So if you end up having to text somebody, so like if Mark is texting somebody because he's not going to call someone, but you have an ongoing text conversation, that counts. I would love it if we were having real estate conversations though, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I want your practice to be now during Ignite for these 7 weeks, so it's easier for you for the rest of the year. I want you to add 10 contacts to Command. Is anybody doing handwritten notes? Okay. No, it's not bad. You know, can you do Facebook Messenger? Can you email people a personal note if all you're doing is sending a newsletter? And I hope you're doing social media engagement. And if you don't have any social media platforms, I want you to pick one and start there, for goodness sakes. And if you're over, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what age you are. I mean, I don't know if Twitter's real hot, and I don't think TikTok is the way to go, but I would love to be wrong. And I'd love for somebody to say, like, I grew my business off of TikTok. I would think you're a boss. I would be so impressed. And I love TikTok. It's so fun. So these are the things that we do every day. And if we do this every day, I don't know how you can't have business a year from now. Like, right, you should have a good business rolling. So these are the things we do every day. Remember, you can't call people if they're on the do not call list. And I want you to think so highly of yourself that you are always coming from contribution, and people want to talk to you and be in relationship with you. They want to work with you if they're ready to work with you, right? Because you're probably going to call them, you're either checking in on them or you're going to provide them something of value. Okay, so we're not going to role play first. I want you to write out your list of 10 people you're going to call. Everybody writes a list. I already got mine started. Who is that? I wrote somebody's name and I have no idea who that is. And your list should be at least 10 people long. Sometimes we leave messages and then we're done. So, can you go on? So it's at least 10 people. And the real chatty guy is not number one. And so if they are chatty, remember, you could do the text if they're chatty, but also remember. So say if we're going to start calling around like 10:15, because that's probably when or 11:15, I'm thinking that's when we're going to start our calls, is if we start calling around 11:15, you can talk to somebody and then you can say, oh my gosh, hey, it was so great. I really wanted to talk to you before my day got too busy, but I have an appointment at 11:30. I got to run to, but it was so great to catch up with you. So always use the end of the hour or the half hour to use as an escape for an appointment. Nobody knows. And you do have an appointment. You need to make another phone call because you need to get business. And so, right, that's what we're working for here. But obviously, if it goes on because of something, I've had those, this is really what's going on in my life and it's kind of a shit show right now. That conversation, I'm probably going to be on the call. That time is more important for that person right then. And that's okay. Giving your people your time truly is probably one of the best gifts you could give somebody. Do you feel that about people? You're like, not always. All right, I'm going to give you 1 more minute to come up with your list. Okay. So while you're finishing that list, 10, we're gonna wrap it up when we're ultimately done. So we'll come back together at 12:30. And, all right, Robert, good luck. We're gonna see who got through all of their list, which is not always the objective. The primary objective of making calls today is to set an appointment. It truly is. After that, it's to make connections, see how people are doing, and touch base with your people. Those are the two objectives: setting appointments and creating those connections. And we do that just by forward conversation and checking in with people. How you doing? Okay.
Hey, Jody, I've got a quick question for you about, it's just not really related, but wondering if I could meet up with you at some point.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, you just want to call me and
Yeah, maybe I
Okay.
can call you later this afternoon or something. I've just, yeah, I've got a quick question about just auto emails.
yeah. All right. So Mark asked if he could see my newsletter. And I do want to have a marketing partner that we've decided to team up so we can leverage our time. And she creates our newsletter and I create the Colorado Serenity ad. Can you all see my screen? Oh, you're like, I can see something. Can you all see your Mountain Home team? Okay.
Yes.
So so Rachel created this. We're part of your Mountain Home team. It's really Rachel and my husband and myself. And so she put this together. So all I have to do is change out my picture and this information. And it's a 2-pager. And this was last month. So we were really kind of just promoting events. That's how I like to run my business. I like to reach out to people because I usually am going to these events. Now I didn't go to the Dakota Blonde. That would have been fun. But I like to share community events, and these are all community events. And I did go to the Big Chili Cook-Off for a little bit. But I also like to share the market stats. So I've done all kinds of different things and had all kinds of different newsletters, to be honest. I mean, I just am never happy with what I'm doing. And you guys will find that, hopefully you find something that you love and you feel really good about, and you're like, hey, this is really good for me. This turned out pretty well. I got a whole bunch of crap in here. And I'm not sure where. I had some old newsletters that I kind of wanted to show you too. And all kinds of things I've done. So you guys will be the same. You'll just have like all this stuff that you track. But those are just images. So I'm not sure where my last. And so this is just another thing. Oh goodness. So that's it. I don't know where my old ones are. No, this is through Canva. I like Canva, but Canva can be just as persnickety as, is that the right word? Persnickety? Ornery, difficult, challenging as Command. But there's some graphics. There's obviously a lot more graphics in Canva. I pay for that. So I can use those in whatever I'm working on. So, and I used to have a really pretty one, but I just don't know where it is. Okay, so I'm gonna stop that share. So there's already templates in Command for newsletters that you can use. It's just not the visual that I want. You can create your own. And once you figure out how to do it, you need to practice. It's just like a video game. You know, all those kids play video games and they spend hours working on it. And, you know, once you get past one level, then you get to the next and you learn how it's going. So now that I know how to use it, it's obviously more friendly, and I feel comfortable using it, and it doesn't take me as long. But you know, if you do one thing here and then on a Canva and then on Breakthrough Broker, every month you're doing something different and you're spending time learning that process and uploading your logo and your headshot and stuff to one thing, when the next month you're going to change and do something else. So I do like Command. My husband just uses the ugly template of one of the things. He does not care. He uploads his information and he sends it out. He's like, I do it in 10 minutes. I don't care how it looks, because he doesn't. And it's really the touch. It's the touch that we send out. And so once you guys get into consistent behaviors about sending out an email, then you're going to start tracking what's the open rate of your email. Then you're going to start tracking what's the engagement on your social media posts. Which posts got the most attention and engagement? And that's how we start changing and increasing our exposure and working on putting out better content and information, what resonates with people. And so just like Elizabeth, is she still on here? What is important to the people in your farm? What do they want? What do they want to know about? What do they need help with? What are their pain points? That's really everybody we're going to make a call to. We're not trying to look for pain points, but if somebody brings something up, you know, what's that about? Tell me more about that. How could I help you with that? Right? How can we be problem solvers for other people? If we can. And if we can't, are you a good resource to connect them with someone that can help them? And you say yes, because there is always someone you can help them with, even if you really don't know who that is yet, and you're going to figure that out, right? I'd like to think that I'm the resource for my people in almost every aspect of their life. I hope they call me with their problems. I hope they do. I want to help them. I hope they know that. But how would they know that? Hey, if you ever need anything, just call me. You ever need a plumber, an electrician, reach out to me, please. I have a great connection of providers that are local that would love to help you. Okay. All right. So let's go off the list you got. The list of people you already created for yourselves. And I want somebody to throw out someone that they want to call and they're not sure about the conversation. They want to have us role play. We're going to do a little script practice. How's that going to look? So has anybody got somebody in mind that they want to role play with another person in the group and just kind of do a little script practice?
I do.
What is it?
Okay, so I have a gal named Connie Greenberg. She's an older retired gal. She, I know that she is involved with, what's that group? I'm having a brain fart, but what's that group up here in Evergreen? They are older retired people and they get together and they do like, oh God, I can't think, but she's part of a big group up here. Okay. And she used to be a client at my salon. I haven't seen her for a long time. I know she knows some people up here and I just, I feel like I should reconnect with her.
Okay. And is there
Elks Club? She belongs to the Elks Club.
Okay, good.
Up here.
Good. And is there anything that you're concerned about in this conversation, or you're just going to reach back out to her?
Well, I just haven't seen her in a long time, so
great.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't want to be awkward.
Okay, Taylor Vonderock. How do you say your name? Vonderock? Well, now she's the only Taylor on there. The other Taylor's gone. Taylor, are you on there? Okay. All right. Who wants to role play this with Marion? Okay.
I will, since I'm an older retired.
Go ahead. I'm gonna be right back. You guys go.
Are you gonna ring, Marion?
Yep. You ready?
Oh,
You gotta mute yourself. Or
Oh.
unmute that.
Are you?
sorry.
It's
Okay.
okay. Okay, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Connie. This is Marion. How are you?
Very good. How are you, Marion? It's been a while.
Oh, I know. It's been a long time. I was just kind of calling to see what you've been up to. I know that, I haven't seen you since I switched salons, and I miss you, and just kind of wondering what's going on with you and your husband.
Oh, well, we are loving retirement, and we joined the Elks Club, and they're doing all kinds of activities, and we're just having fun getting to know people here in Evergreen. So
I bet. Yeah, I know you're really active in the Elks Club. Have you been hanging out there a lot lately?
yeah, they have events that I don't know much about the Elks Club, but they have all kinds of events that we can participate in, and we're getting ready. We're meeting lots of people. They're having a fundraiser coming up. We're doing all kinds of stuff. I'd love for you to come check it out sometime.
Yeah, you know what? I'd love to do that. Actually, I'm working for Keller Williams Foothills now, and if ever you guys are having some kind of an event and you want me to kind of let people know about it, I'd love to do that for you.
Oh, that would be really great. And you could definitely come to one of the fundraisers and help us do that and participate. We'd love to have your help.
That's great. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I would love to help anybody that that's trying to buy or sell a house too. So please think of me. I know that, I've been your hairdresser in the past, but I'm really loving real estate. And so if you know anyone who's trying to buy or sell a house, please think about me too.
Well, that's wonderful. Yeah, we have a lot of friends wanting to downsize, so we will keep you in mind. Do you have a card?
I do. Would you like me to come? What I could do is stop by the Elks Lodge and drop, a stack of cards over to you guys, if that would be okay.
There you go. That's a great idea.
Awesome. Well, it was so good talking to you, Connie. I really, gosh, it's just been too long. I'm glad that I reached out.
Yeah, we should go have a drink sometime.
I would love that. Yeah, or some coffee. Just, think of me if you're ever bored and you want to get out of the house.
Sounds great.
All right. Well, talk soon, Connie. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye, Connie.
That was easy. You did good.
Oh. You think?
Hello. Oh,
I do think it's a great idea to go up to the Elks Club, get it in with her and go up to the Elks Club and, use it as, hey, this is a great market for, in fact, I wrote down Elks Club because I forgot about that. Somebody actually invited us and told us we should come to the Elks Club. So I think that's a good place to get contacts of people who have friends that are downsizing and that kind of thing. So I don't know. We haven't been yet, so I forgot about it, to be honest.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot of people that, once their kids move on, they probably have too big of a house and maybe they're looking for something that's going to fit their lifestyle better. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good reasons why somebody at the Elks Club could need a real estate agent, I think.
Seriously, yeah.
Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, are we good? So it's 11:16. You have a list of people you're going to call. We already talked about things that you could talk about. If you forgot how to log into Command and enter those people into Command, I'm going to show you when we wrap back up, and we'll go over a little tutorial of that and what that really looks like at 12:30. So everybody's come back at 12:30. You're going to make calls. It's going to be awesome. We're calling for appointments and to build connection with people and see how you can help them with anything. Any questions before we go?
No.
Okay.
We have,
What should I do?
Right, I did it.
Okay, so, I have a lady who's getting ready to, well, lady, she's a young girl. Anyway, she's getting ready to move, and she said her landlords were wanting to list their home. But she can't get a hold of them, they're in Hawaii, they're out of state. And I want to, so I'm thinking, you know, and I've talked, I said, oh, I'd really love to get in touch with them. And so I'm thinking of saying, hey, can I come by your house and maybe do a CMA that, or a competitive market analysis that you
Yep.
could give to your landlords?
Yep.
Okay,
Well, she's got to get a hold of them somehow. She gives them money
yeah,
somehow.
yeah,
And so she has contact information. They reached out to her somehow and told her that they were thinking about selling it.
yeah.
So figure that out a little bit more. I think a CMA would be awesome. Good. I think a CMA every week, giving it to somebody you know, just as practice, is shows that you really know what you're doing. So trying to even set up and ask people if you could do a CMA on their house is a great call today. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. You guys, good luck. I can't wait to hear what happens. I'll see you at 12:30. I'm going to keep this open. But I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. All right. Can't Mark real quick. You said, can we get CMAs from KW? I use part of the listing presentation. There's a page in there where you can kind of put in 3 comps and it visually looks good. So I've created my own little couple page CMA. So I use the first couple pages or whatever of the listing presentation in Command.
In Command? Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. I've got it. So. Who's the first? Oh, gosh, I know who the first is. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Jody.
Yeah.
This might be another stupid question, but I really struggle with a lot of times just technology too. And I'm like sitting here, so I've got Command in front of my computer. I've got Connie's phone number sitting here. I've got you on Zoom, and I'm like, how do I make a phone call when I'm already on a Zoom call on my cell phone?
Oh, just get off of Zoom, make your calls, and then jump back on the Zoom link
Okay.
at 12:30. Cool.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Sure. Bye.
Okay. Let's get off Zoom.
Hey Siri. Text Kelly Cell. Can you please send me the addresses of those two properties Kathy Spencer wanted to see? Calls too. Okay, just. Hi, Brianna, it's Jody. Brianna? Hi, sorry. My name's Jody Dolph. I'm with Keller Williams Foothills Realty. I had a client call me and ask me if they could see your property on Highway 24, unit number 30. It has, isn't that crazy? Okay. Well, congratulations. That is awesome. Did you guys, can you tell me what you sold it for? 180. Okay. Well, good. Do you have any other units in there? Well, I better ask what your other one is because they wanted to see another one in there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. Well, hey, congratulations and thanks for taking my call. Bye. Mhm.
So I've been adding like, and then I call them. Is that the way you do it?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if I call from my personal one.
Mm-mm.
That's what I was thinking about, like, doing. I've been making notes.
Yeah. Highway. Highway lot. I mean, sometimes I make the call and then I add in whatever in case, or I just edit it. I mean, I've opened it up, and I'm talking to them and I might take notes while I'm talking to them. So, and then I've had to go back and edit it when it changed. Hi, my name's Jody. I'm with Keller Williams and I have an agent that, oh goodness sakes, I have a client that wanted to see your listing on Highway 24, lot 13A. It says 289. It's a 2-bed, 1-bath. They wanted to see it Saturday around 1:30. Oh, yes, yes. And what's your name? Lucero? Okay. That's fine. Okay. Okay, I'll text you, Lucero, right now, and then I'll just follow up with you, or you can follow up with me tonight or tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. All right, bye-bye. Huh.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Well, I've been thinking of you. hoping everything is going good with your job over there. Yeah, well, I just wondered, you have another contact over there, I'll have to think of a name. Maybe Marty or, I'll text it to you. Yeah. No one's good. Well, he's very, very happy now he's home, but he got his personal license, so he's working over at the rec center. Yeah, well, and he's his own boss, so that's kind of a good thing too. I know, well, speaking of, I just became a real estate agent, so. Yeah, if you ever want to buy a home or you're looking, or if you have friends that are looking, I would love you to let people know about. And yeah, I imagine you have friends from your work too. So that would be awesome. Yeah, thank you, and please come by. I've wondered if you pass through, you know. Well, come have a break with me. Well, I sure hope, yeah, I will, and I sure hope you go up fast. Wash your heart. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I get you. I've had 4 hernias and one of them is massive, so. Scary. It's pretty serious. Yeah. Right away, urgent. Oh, I'm so glad. I will, you take care. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Please do. Take care. Bye-bye. Mm. Hey Rachel, it's Jody over at Keller Williams. Just wanted to reach out, see how things are going, and also let you know we're getting a new team leader in our office, and just wanted to make sure that you're going to be in contact with them if you had any questions. Of course, you can always call me if you have any questions, but super excited for you to be back in school, and if I can help you with anything while you're in school with any of that, just let me know. I love talking about all of it. Anyway, so hope you're having a great week, and I'll talk to you later. Long time. Dan, overheard Laura talking to you yesterday in New York, so I thought I'd reach out to you. Hope everything's well. Give me a call back. Maybe wanted to let you know about
That I like to think of it as just like a professional, like friend job. We should go to coffee. Want to go on a hike? Let's go to this mixer. Yeah, let's go to this fundraiser. It's like if you were a teenager. Yeah. Oh man, where is that? Mhm. Hmm? No, you're fine. I'll leave if I need to. I don't mind walking around. Hmm. I was wondering if I could speak with Tracy. You know what? I think I'll actually email them, and I think that'll make it better. I'll email both of them. So thank you. Okay, all right, bye-bye.
Hey Jody, it's Sandy. I'm just calling to catch up with you and see how you're doing in your new home and life in general. Give me a call back in a minute. 203-411-837.
Hmm.
There's a way to delete it off your app if you accidentally added them twice.
On the app, I don't know, for sure on kw.com, is that what? Is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah, for sure on here, but
But maybe I have
the
to do it
app
on my
is
computer.
it's a little unfriendly on the.
Oh, okay, okay.
I found very limited functionality.
Okay. I'll probably do that again. That's why I should stay in order of the alphabet when I'm called.
Yeah.
Do you know if they have bottles on it or?
I don't, you might look in the fridge, the kitchen is just right around the corner, go down that tall and turn by. From the line.
Hmm.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. Are you too busy? You are inside? Oh. Oh, good. I wish I had one. I used to. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, your daughter's a big influencer for sure. Oh, I love that. I love that. So did you get my message about your product? Yeah. Oh, that's the front. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get them to you though. Let me know when you're in town. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that'd be perfect. And did I tell you that I passed my real estate test? Yeah, I did. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So if you know anybody, or if you guys are staying now though, right? I still church. That's awesome. That's the best. Thank you. So pass the word around, please. Yeah, I know. I know you were with me on that struggle. Oh, thank you. It worked. Yeah, I know you are. No, no, I know you. I know you're so involved with your church and everything, so it's wonderful. You really do. It's a good way to reach out to people for all things. Yeah. So are you still working or? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You have too many things to do. And now with Alicia here, that's kind of nice. You can spend some of your time with her. Oh, I love that. I know, it's so important. Well, maybe when you guys both have time, we could involve Amber and go to a girls' luncheon. Yeah. Happy hour, we love that. That's Amber's big thing, so. Oh, we love that. That would be a good location. I could pick you up and we could just go down. Yeah. Yeah, and we love that. I feel like I grew up going there with my parents. I mean, I know it's not that old, but you know, it's just a place that you could take your kids if you wanted to, or anybody. So, yeah, so let's do it. You know, whenever Alicia's free, Amber gets off at work around 4, I think, so. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. She's probably. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I know, but it sounds fun to dream. So. Oh, I'm actually- My time will come now. Okay, well, I'll let you get back to your workout. Thanks for talking. Yeah, Scott told me. Yeah, that you've been modem. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah. I love that. I love that. Well, it was good catching up with you. Love you. Okay. Thank you. Take care. Yes, thank you. I need that. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Jody. Oh, yeah, sure you are. Hello. How are you? I'm pretty good. What's going on? Oh, nice. Good. So you had a good morning? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. When can you really start? Right.
Not very many people.
Hi, Stephanie. I was just speaking with Kate, I believe, regarding, our 9-door replacement.
Yeah.
Is that who I talked to? I guess I need to have, it was done. A new one was put in, but they never had it inspected. Okay, I will. Thank you. Hi, Katie. This is Casey again. I was just talking to you about the lanai door. So the lanai door over there is a new lanai door. I'm assuming it was put in 2018. Does that just need to be inspected? Is that what you were saying to make sure that it connects? Okay, can we schedule that? How about tomorrow?
All right. I'm done. I don't have time to make another call. If anybody had any questions or anything exciting they want to share, they can.
Hi. So I was able to talk to 3 of my friends.
Yeah.
I have a dinner with one of them this Friday, and I know that she was thinking about buying a house because she already has one, but she was thinking about getting another one. And then I have lunch with 2 of my older friends. One, I know for sure that she is thinking about buying one and maybe doing it in maybe a few months. So I have those 2, and then I was able to talk to some other people that I know. One of them does concrete and one does landscaping. So I have added them to my contacts, and then I was finally able to talk to one of the lenders that I was gonna talk to, and I was able to exchange our contact info. So have that, and then I'm still talking to 2 more other people that I know they're at work, but they're still answering me my text.
Good.
So I'm just waiting for those 2 and see what they tell me.
That sounds like an awesome hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so great. So here we are. It's 12:30. You just had a killer hour and 15 minutes. That's it, right? Hour and 15 minutes. And so we build into our time block the follow-up time, because now that you just had all this great amount of time, these great conversations, what is the next step? The reason people hire real estate agents is because we can foresee the future and the steps they need to take, and we've got it all planned out. So same here for the leads we get. What I want you to, all those people that you just talked about, and hopefully you got your list, right? And so if you can write like, what's my follow-up step with this person? What's my follow-up step with person number 2? What's my follow-up step? And so that's what we do right now, right? So love this. So I wanted to share what I would do next. And so hopefully you all have this and you can do split screen on your computers, right? Is I'm going to open up, if I could see it, I'm going to open up Command. Right, for all the calls I just made. Oh, geez. I got to go shopping. There's my task list, right? So I'm going to open up Command, and just like you guys, you would open up your Command. You're going to look and see, have you added this person already? They might be in there, they might not be. And so who'd I talk to? I just talked to Rachel. She's not even in there. Good job. So I'm going to add her, right? I'm going to add her name. I don't have an email for her, but I do have a phone number, right? So this takes a little time. This is why you got to block in that half hour, right? And so I'm just going to do my one. And so this is what you guys could be doing too, right? Whoops. You enter their phone number or whatever information you have for them. 727. She's not really a lead source because she's not a lead. I didn't get her from someone. She's a tag, and she's a she's a prospective agent. She's in real estate school, right? And so I just check in with her. She'd gone to real estate school in Maryland and had never hung her license with anyone. And so when she got to Colorado, she thought she'd do the same thing. She didn't know that they were going to be moving here, right? So she was planning on getting her real estate license there. She didn't know she was going to be moving here. Her husband got this great job offer a year ago and they moved out and they live here now. They live in Bailey and that's right in my backyard. And we met at a party down in Morrison. And I was like, oh my gosh, you know, like, and I'm not even sure how the conversation came up, you know, just, hey, how are you? Because, you know, I didn't know her. I just met her. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, well, I'm an agent in Conifer. And she's like, oh, yeah. And so we started talking. And I was like, well, so, you know, have you hung your license anywhere? And she goes, she told me her story. And I was like, well, great. I said, you know, my office is right, you know, probably 15 minutes from where you live. We're the largest broker, you know, so I'm totally pitching our brokerage firm. We're the largest brokerage firm in the foothills. And we have a lot of great access and a lot of great agents who are resources for each other. And we share information about wells and septics, which is really relevant to where we live. So you guys, I'm able to pitch our office because first of all, I really believe in it and I really love our office and I really love our leadership. So of course I want people to join. And again, I'm never afraid of bringing on new agents because I think there's my people and there's other people's people and not everybody likes me, right? We already discussed this. And that even though I might know people that Becky knows, there might be people that just feel more comfortable with her. They have more in common with her. They just want to work with her and that's okay. And if Becky's successful though, that means Keller Williams Foothills is successful. And I'm glad that people, right? And that's their dream, their hope, and they want to work with her. It's okay. So I would love to help Rachel though, and you know, have an opportunity here. So I'm going to create her contact and then I'm going to look her up again. And so now she got added right away. I'm going to click on her. Boy, I need to fill in some information about her. I need to get an email and I'm not worried about it. She's already in real estate school up here with our office. So I feel like that's a step forward, right? Everything we do is like, what's the next step? What do I need to do next with this person? And so for her, I'm going to log that I called her today and just followed up. So you can create new activity, followed up. She's in real estate school. Her parents were, it's at activity, it's over here. Do you see that? Her parents were visiting from Maryland, right? Her mom is here for another week. You can leave detailed notes or not. And her and Nate's anniversary is September. Their wedding anniversary, she said it's 4 years. And they are going to celebrate in October. Okay, so I've added an activity. It's basically our conversation. I want to remember that. So I could set up a task, create task, mail an anniversary card. And I'm going to cyber stalk her and figure out what her address is, right? So, I mean, that shouldn't be too hard. I know they live in Park County. Go to the Park County Assessor's Office website, and I'm going to type in her name, and it should pull up their address, and I can mail her a card. So I'm going to change the date. So I probably need to do that. Oh, you know, I probably freaking need to do that next week, and I have no time already. Not sure when that'll magically happen. Put it on the 27th. I got to press apply to make that happen. And I'm going to create the task. So then when I go to my homepage, ooh, When I go back to my homepage, that task should be added to mail an anniversary card. So that took me 2 minutes to actually do. I was talking way more than that. Make sense? This is what you do with everybody. So it might take more than half an hour. I don't know. So what I really want to do from this point is everybody sees how you can add people to your database, how you could add them, add a task. Lisbeth, sounds like you have much more to do than that, right? I have no idea what that really means. So you got some work to do. So make sure you time block that in there. And because the follow-up is key, right? Follow-up is killer. You know, you're gonna have a lot of real estate agents that reach out to people, but their follow-up sucks so bad that people forget that their friends are even in real estate. So let's wrap up these last 20 minutes. I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear how your phone call time went. And I want to hear one thing that you're going to add to your business this next week. And so let's start with Ariel. Are you on? I meant let's start with Diana.
Um, about 9 calls in, but I left quite a few voicemails. I did talk to one friend that is actually looking for an investment property. So he had one that he wanted me to call about, so I did. And the realtor is supposed to get back with me today as far as it has an offer, but they're accepting backup offers. So hopefully, I don't know, we'll see what happens with that. But I'll follow up with the realtor and with my friend just to let him know and see if I can help him find any other properties that he might be interested in.
Great. Good. So you have some homework to do too?
Yep.
And do you feel comfortable doing all those things?
I do feel comfortable more so just because it is my friend. And so it takes a little bit of the pressure off, I think. If that makes sense.
Okay. All right. And what from today do you feel like you might be able to apply or implement into your business in the next week?
Well, I've seriously been thinking about the farming because, as you know, I don't really have a large sphere of influence here in the Denver area. Most of mine is out of state. So I just thought that would be a good way to get my name out there and be telling people about myself and what I can offer.
Yep. And that brings up a good idea. Another layer is if you farm your own neighborhood, you have access to next door. You know, that's the only way you can get in next door. Now, caution, there are crazy people on next door. I don't know. You might be some of them. I don't know. There's crazy people on next door that they really bitch and complain and they're vicious. Your ability to be on next door is just to see what the chatter is and what goes on.
Right.
You know, like we're not engaging politically or religiously or our opinion about that neighbor who should fence their dog and what a piece of shit and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not our job.
Yeah.
It is just to hear what the chatter is, see if there's anything good or positive, or how could you jump in and help somebody, right?
Yeah.
So, because you can't get on next door. You probably can't get invited to any Facebook groups for that neighborhood if you don't live there.
Right.
But if it's not a part of your business plan, and it doesn't matter that, I mean, how many leads are you going to get from next door? Anyways, I don't know. You know, if you're doing the consistent mailers and you look like you're the realtor of choice and you're providing value some other way, it could really be a great way to grow your database. See every single listing in that neighborhood. Ask any FSBO in that neighborhood to do an open house.
Yeah, I did. There's a house just right down for me that's on the market, and I did ask him about doing an open house for him. He says he's not quite ready yet, but that he would give me a call. So I just kind of need to follow up with him too.
So if it's a FSBO and you want to do an open house for them, do you advertise it as Keller Williams?
If it's a FSBO, it can only go on where?
Zillow.
On Zillow. And you can market it on Facebook for your social sphere. You could also create a flyer. Ooh, now this would be great. Hey FSBO, thanks for letting me do this open house. I'm super excited to help you. I hope this generates some buyers for your property. And I've created this flyer. I'd love for it to email it to you for you to share on your Facebook page or this social media post, like a square, right? Wouldn't that be great that you're going to use their sphere to market it, their house? Yeah, I would say Keller Williams. I would say this is because I'm doing an open house. This is a Keller Williams open house. Now, if you're doing an open house for, let's say, a Home Smart agent that doesn't live in the area, probably tiny on there on the flyer and in a social media post, I will say this property is listed by Susie BQ from Home Smart. But if they're on big, it's going to say Jody Dolph, Keller Williams Foothills Realty. It's not really going to say that really big. It's going to say, come to my open house. I want to meet people face to face, right? So good job. All right, so more thinking time, budgeting, figuring out what the layers are going to be of your farm. Good. And so make sure we have some of that thinking time, planning time, business planning time built into your calendar every week. You know, when are you really inspired? Is it after your masterminds or coffee talk? Is it after Ignite? You know, is it after coaching? When you're really feeling creative and thinking about which systems am I going to follow? You got to follow the system. I can't get my hand to be where I want it to be, but your system is the foundational piece, your models, then creativity comes on that. Model systems first. Model systems always first. Good. All right, Mark, what do you got? How were your calls?
I got one call in. We talked for about 20 minutes. Guy used to live in Denver, but has a lot of friends. Was in the music scene. He's moved back to Lawrence, Kansas, but he offered to pass my name around. And then we have a charity event next month in Lawrence, Kansas that I'll be attending. So I kind of got to use that as my end to talk to him. The other two people, I left messages, wrote one thank you card from last week's meeting. So get that in the mail today and sent 2 texts. So kind of a mixed bag of media. And the main thing I gleaned is I like this whole cyber stalking where I can use social media to get intel, like addresses and stuff, to kind of finish out my database. So that's a great tip.
Yeah, it's public information. It's weird, but we've all had access to it. But now that you know about it.
I mean, I've only been on Facebook for a week. I've got about 60 contacts so far, but I could use that to start.
I mean, you're going to be growing like mad. You're going to be growing more than any of us. So that's fabulous, right? Fabulous. Okay, good. All right, Diane, what do you got?
Made 6 calls, got 3 appointments. Most of these,
Wow, really?
well, I got 3 appointments to discuss real estate. I don't, so.
You mean buyer, seller, or like a vendor appointment?
One vendor appointment and 1 buyer appointment, and I hope 1 seller appointment. We'll
So
see.
that would be that's 2 appointments towards Battle of the PCGs today, right?
Yep.
The vendor, the coffee is just coffee, but it's still good to have. You guys still need to have those. You need to build relationships with your people who are going to be your killer team, right?
Yep.
So 2 appointments. I would count, yeah.
We'll
That's
see.
great.
We'll see. And all of these were people I haven't, that have been in my phone. They're past coworkers, and I've been meaning to reach out to them, and I did. So
Awesome. Love it. Okay, good. What are you going to implement into your business?
I am going to complete my Facebook ad. I took training last week in Command,
Mhm.
and I keep hesitating. And next week I will do it. So that's my one platform that think I'm going to focus on.
Mhm.
I looked at doing Nextdoor and decided that probably wasn't worth the time, the money, or the headache.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy leads off of anything. I'm gonna get some of the since you're straight up. You can buy leads off of anywhere. And I'm not sure what would turn out well for you. And I don't want to promote Zillow because they're just taking money from properties we already worked to list. And
Yeah.
they're giving the leads to other people who didn't generate them. But I mean, you got to think about what's the best platform to buy leads from.
Yeah.
And then be ready to convert. So good. You're going to generate your own Facebook leads.
Yep.
Good. Okay. All right. Jackie, what do you got?
I made 8 calls. Talked. I had 3 vendors, 2 vendor appointments, 1 realtor from Tennessee, so for a referral thing, and then left messages for the others. So no really client appointments, but 2 vendor appointments.
Okay. Okay. Good. And what's something you're going to take forward and implement into your business?
I didn't realize, but I have like over 1,200 contacts, so I'm definitely going to work on getting those hopefully in. I don't know, but I'm going to have to do more than 10 a day, maybe even 15 a day, which is doable.
Let me ask you, is there anything better that you should be doing with your time than contacting the 1,200 contacts that you have?
Right now I can't because of my situation, so I'm just trying to get all the time consuming stuff out of the way.
Okay.
So when I'm
So
able, I can.
she has a different situation than the rest of you, but I want you to know that the answer to my question was no, there's nothing better that I should be doing than calling all those people I already have information for. You know,
Right.
like there's nothing better unless you're gonna see them all face to face. And I know we can't do that. That's too time consuming.
Right.
Right? I mean, and you can only go to so many coffees and lunches before you're poor. Now,
Right.
you can write that stuff off. But you should go to lunch. I think lunch once a week with someone is great, and coffee. I mean,
Okay.
I would actually like to do that every day, but
Right.
that takes too much time.
Mhm.
But so, okay, good. So you're going to be really focusing on getting all of your foundational business pieces set up. Is that fair to say? You're kind of working on getting those things taken care of?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Sandy, you're next in my square world. How would your calls go?
They went great. I only had to leave a couple messages, and out of those, the one guy called me back. His kids just went off to college, and he's thinking about renting his house out and maybe buying a smaller one nearby.
Okay, good.
So that's like perfect. And
Fabulous.
now we've made a connection to meet up maybe for Taco Tuesday next week.
Oh, really? So maybe an appointment, maybe an appointment.
And then the other one was friend that I used to walk with on her lunch, they've moved to Arvada, but their son just had a baby, and we're gonna try to go to dinner Friday, Saturday, or Sunday with them because they think they might move to Arizona.
You know what? And so that she brings up a great point. So if she knew that she's going to go to dinner next Friday, Saturday, or Sunday with these people who are already thinking about moving to Arizona, do you know where in Arizona? So you can go on Facebook and find out somehow where's this kid live in Arizona, right? The adult son that's going to have a grandbaby. Is what if you showed up and if the subject came up, you already had 2 or 3 agents in Arizona, in Phoenix, that they could work with as a connection to help them there. Right?
Yeah.
And you guys have access to that, right? We have a whole thing in Command where you can look for referral agents in other cities. You can just Google people, and shortly you all are going to be spammed by people all over the country who want your referrals, who are going to email you regularly to say, hey, I'd love to, if you have any people coming to Phoenix, Scottsdale, Miami, we're going to be the realtor of choice for you down here. Please remember us. Okay. Cool. What are you going to take from your business, or what are you going to take from today to apply towards your business?
Reached out in any way like that before, so I think that'll be a good way for me to get out there and then let people know about me, maybe even in my own immediate neighborhood to start.
Good. Okay. All right, Becky, how'd your calls go? Oh,
All right, can you hear me now? Okay, so sorry, I left a lot of messages. I didn't really get a hold of a lot of people, but I texted several. And one of the ladies that I've been talking to, because she's moving back home, said I could do a CMA for her. So I'm going to do a CMA for her. Now, she said that the landlords are coming to in October and bringing their long friend that's a realtor, longtime friend. So I said, well, I'll still do a CMA and you can send it to them and, we can talk about it. But anyway, so I'm going to do that. But it's not really an appointment because I'm not going over there, or I don't know. But anyway, I told her it'd be great practice for me to do a CMA for her. So I'm going to go do that. Because who knows, the longtime friend may fall through. So I'm going to do that. And then the thing I think I'm taking for my business, I have a meeting today with a lender who's phenomenal. He's done both of our houses here in Colorado. And I'm going to see if he'll let me video him and have him speak to something. I don't know, the 2-1 buy down, that's called, or just interest rates or something. Just let me video him and post on Nextdoor. And I also love the idea of farming Highland Hills, but I think Doug Pike, that might be his area. But,
hey, there is nobody else's area.
Right. Okay. Good. Because I don't think he lives in the area, but I know he's a big advocate in that area. Actually, he actually does live in that area.
And guess what? Some people are sick of Doug Pike.
Okay.
So, some people are looking for a fresh face.
Yeah. Poor Doug.
Actually, I don't know Doug at all. It doesn't matter, and not everybody loves that person.
Yeah. Okay.
So, don't
Okay.
worry about anybody else.
Okay. Sounds good.
Good.
So.
Good. All right.
all right. Are we all good now? Ariel, are you on here?
I'm here.
Great. So were you able to make some calls?
I reached out to a few people as well. I did meet somebody in New York this summer. I just reached out to her. They were looking to buy a property up in the high mountains this year. So I reached out to her, and also I just reached out to a couple of family friends I haven't talked to in a while.
Good. Good. And was there anything from today that you're going to implement into your business in the next week?
Definitely. I love how you said, I liked the model on cultivate contacts into clients. And then I can kind of just see that model in my brain now, and it makes it a little bit easier. So I'm not super into online stuff. And so I think I'm just going to start in my neighborhood this week with just, I loved your personal postcard with, you know, the events, because that totally reminded me, I live up in Gilpin. We have the fire station right up the road. And so that was really my aha moment of today, connecting with the fire station, all the people that work, they have a chili cook-off, and there's always events surrounded for that. So I would really like to just go meet all of them and, you know, donate and see what I can do to just help them out, and probably create an event around them. And, you know, as fall starts, all the leaves are changing up here. We have, here, I'll turn my screen on. I just want to help them out and see what I can do to kind of jump into the community up here, because I'm not going to be down in Denver farming. So I better get involved up in my community.
You know, and it's so true, you know, but also thinking about, you know, your community, not everybody lives there full time. Some people have Airbnbs or investment properties or long-term rentals. And
Yeah.
so understanding the area you want to work in, who are all of those people? What is important to them? They live there for a reason.
Yeah.
We live there for a reason. If you're really thinking, like, I really want to work where I live along the 285 corridor.
Yeah.
And so
Love
you're
that
right,
area.
the more you understand your people, then you can understand, like, you know, what are some of the needs? What are some of the things they want? You know, my people don't want to have somebody come door knock.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's weird. Who the heck is at my door? I'll tell you that. I mean, I think that's the way in the city, because people don't want you at the door no matter what. But like in the mountains, that's real weird. And your dog's probably out there and your gun's on the wall. for sure.
Exactly. Especially in Gilpin. They call us Gilbillies.
Gilbillies, yes. Yeah. And, you know, and so, right, you're like thinking about what's really relevant. A wine event, a beer event, a cornhole event, a golf event. What resonates with people? And I don't like to put people in a box either, you know, because I got friends who have been growing their own weed for 100 years. They also have owned their own ska radio station for 100 years.
Cool.
And they're super techie, they're coders, and they're probably some of the best parents I know. So like there's a big mix everywhere
Yeah.
of very diverse kind of people. And not that I want to box them up, but I do, if I'm putting out advertisements and promotions to a general group, what do I think is most relevant? And I'm hoping that something I push out, some kind of marketing or prospecting, the marketing piece resonates with a couple people, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And so I think you're right. You gotta know your market, and you're going to be speaking people's language when you're talking about dirt roads, small town. People want privacy.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Thank you so much.
you guys, thanks so much for jumping on. I'm going to be gone next Wednesday. I got to go to an ethics class. Some of you might be there. From Mamar? Yeah. I don't know. I just signed up for it. So I'll tell you after on the Mamar website. So, and then I'm going to do, and then I'll be back. So I'm going to have somebody filling in for me next week. Her Her name is Sally Ball. She's talking to you about social media. And let me tell you, she's one of our top producers. She was Rookie of the Year in the United States for Keller Williams Farm and Ranch when she started with Keller Williams. She is like a social media queen. She does not really send out emails. She doesn't door knock. She calls pretty much her friends. She's grown and developed her business based on Facebook, pretty much. It's ridiculous. It's not planned. I'm sure she's going to share all the ridiculousness with you. I'm going to tell you what she does have. She loves her people and she knows what she's talking about. She's well educated and she has a ridiculously positive mindset. We don't talk too much about that in sales because that's a little off the wall, right? We talk about consistency and having good systems and models. I'm gonna tell you, this girl's crazy and I'm on board with her crazy train. I'm on board with just being positive and being forward focused and being hopeful because I think people see that in you and people want to work with people who are positive and forward focused. And can I sell your house? I can, and I'm gonna do a damn good job of it. You're gonna see this in Crazy Sally Ball next week. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Sure. See you guys.